Thank y'all for being here this morning. I know it's a day out of the classroom, so we appreciate your time and effort. My name is Ryan Gore. I work in the Curriculum Instruction Office. Back in the back is Ms. Pearson and Ms. Ellis. They are your curriculum experts. There's Ms. Ellis. If you have questions on breaks about the actual curriculum, they will definitely be the experts. I'm more the process person. So if you have questions on process, we'll have a 5-minute debrief after all the presentations today, and I'll tell you the next steps. But right now, I'm going to turn it over to Savvis, and they're going to walk you through their product, and I'm going to turn it over to them now.
Thank you, Ryan. Good morning, and thanks for being here. I'm Ty Ezel. I'm your local account manager, and we appreciate the opportunity to show you our new program here. So we were all teachers at one time, specifically middle school teachers, and being a former teacher, we know that you don't have enough time to do everything, correct? I see a lot of head nods and smiles and things to that effect. So we kept that in mind when we were developing this program. So if you have your student edition in front of you, go ahead and pull that out real quick and turn to that first tab. So if you open that book and that tab, you're going to see your phenomenon built in. We're going to have your CER also included in there, and your hands-on activity is on the next page. So when I mean time, you're not going to have to go to multiple books. You're not going to have to go online or to another program or something to pull everything you need to teach that lesson and those 5E models and those standards, of course, anywhere other than your student edition. Now, if you'd like to go online, that's great. We're going to have you covered, and Ricardo is going to lead you through that today. But I want you to think about 3 or 4 inches thick you couldn't get through in a school year. So now we're giving you your time back. We cut out all the extraneous stuff and we put it all in a consumable piece for you. So we have a lot to show you today, but I want you to remember one thing. Everything you need and nothing you don't is in this program. And you're going to see that today during this presentation. So, Ricardo?
Thank you very much. So good morning, everyone. Thank you for welcoming me to, your warm weather and everything. It's awesome. Appreciate it. But actually, first I want to start off by asking you a question. What do you remember when you were in your science class? Right? So if you had to write something down, would you write down, oh my goodness, I just loved it when we would do popcorn reading. It was amazing. Right? Or I just love spending my nights making flashcards. They were so colorful and beautiful. Or do you remember, oh man, I remember my first dissection. I remember the first time they trusted me with a Bunsen burner and I didn't burn myself, right? Or I remember throwing an egg out, outside the window or down the stairwell to see if I was able to save that poor egg, and you gave it a name, and that was mistake number 1. If you give it a name, it's not gonna make it. So those are really the experiences that we remember from doing science, and that's because you were exploring science, right? You're learning through those explorations, and that's exactly what we're here to do as well, making sure that the students remember that science through explorations. So in your bags, and thank you so much for going in there already, digging around, you saw that activity companion, so that student companion, okay, you have right in front of you, you saw that it is a consumable piece. Thank you, Ty. So you have that consumable book in front of you, okay, and where the pages are perforated as well. The teacher's guide is in front of you as well. That's that spiral book. Okay, so that will give you all the support that you need, and we will go deeper into it. And today I'll stick mainly to that student edition so you can see exactly what the students are able to see. Okay, as you're digging through, you might have already seen some scaffolded reading passages for the lessons, as well as some of those lab sheets were already printed in here. So as Ty mentioned earlier, everything that you need is in one place without having to go anywhere else. Some of you, on your desk, you should have been able to look at the assessment workbook as well. Okay, so you have that green one right in front of you. Okay, so that's the assessment workbook. Take a look at it. No matter what happens, go ahead and start using some of these when you go back to school tomorrow. Okay, they are amazing, amazing resources. And again, we will go deeper into those as we go through. Okay, in case you need them, there are optional classroom lab kits, okay, that can be used in the classroom as well, again, to make the students more engaged, making sure that they're able to follow along and get that exploration of that science. And of course, Ty mentioned earlier as well, everything is also available online for the students to use. All right, so let's start off by looking at some of those pieces that we'll engage with our students. And I would like to mention as well that all that technology is available. Look, that's a lot of logos. There's one that looks familiar right here though, okay, Canvas. If you are using Canvas, all your resources live in Canvas as well. If you are not, hey, it's okay. You still have access to our platform that has all the resources already aligned to every single one of the lessons. So if you're not using Canvas, it's all right. But if you are, all the resources live in that one place, and you can share everything out with the teachers with great pass back. And again, we'll go more into it in a little bit. As we look through this, one of the lessons at a glance, we start to see some things that we recognize. At the very top, it says there's a phenomena, and there's a little Florida icon. I'm going to keep mentioning that the phenomena are Florida-based phenomena. They're not generic. You're not going to see anything in there about, New York, California. No, this is all about Florida. It's written specifically for Florida. In this case, why does water sometimes form fog? This is how we would kick off this topic with our students, and of course following those driving questions as we're moving forward. I also see some familiar names here like, oh, engage, that sounds familiar. Oh, so does explore. Explain, elaborate, and evaluate. So every single lesson follows that 5E learning model, and you'll notice that there are some times written in there about how much time that would take you depending on the activities that you've chosen from the menu. And this is what we like to call this. This is more of a menu. It's not a mandate. Okay? And there's, of course, some guidance in there for you as you go through. You might have noticed there were some green check marks. Okay, green check marks let us know, hey, this is my core material. This is all addressing the standards that we need for our students. But if I have more time, or with the honors class, where they're able to go further, it's all in one place. You know exactly what resources can be used with each of your classes. So again, you only need one program for the core or for your honors classes, because it's all in one place. To save you some of that time, like Ty was mentioning, every single lesson has editable lesson plans already created for you, but they're editable, so you can go ahead and change them, or copy, put them in, and paste them into your own lesson plans that you've created on your own. So it's a one-stop shop, to save you some of that time. And since we keep speaking about time, what about some presentation slides that are already created for you? Every single lesson has fully scripted presentation slides, editable. You can go ahead and change them. And I know you. I know that you know your students better than anyone else, right? So no matter what, you know your students better than I ever will. So if you have some things that you've already created, keep them. It is okay, all right? You're not going to get, as we say, pow pow, okay? The stuff out there, it is all right. You know them better than anyone else. You know how to engage them. So if you just need to take something and put it into something you've already created, go for it, because you have that autonomy to do that. So you can see right here in that presenter view, it already has your notes. So if you decide to use the presentation slides, you don't have to go back and forth into that teacher guide. It's all in that one place. And again, change it. Put in your student's name in there. Change the picture, right? Go for it. It is all yours. So let's start off by looking at how we would kick off one of the topics. Okay, so this one is about that fog. Okay, let's take a look.
Why does water sometimes form fog? Because of its location, fog is common across many parts of Florida. Fog often forms over or near water, like a large lake or the ocean, and winds can move the fog over land. Fog can often cover large areas and cause issues with visibility for airplanes, boats, cars, and even people walking outside. Why does water sometimes form fog?
What was that, 32 seconds? Right? So, yeah, well, I should have counted. Fine, 28 seconds. So you see, it was a nice quick kickoff to that topic, and it didn't take 30 minutes, right? It wasn't, good morning, boys and girls, today we will learn about fog. It was nice and quick. It's relatable as well. Now, the students have some of this information and this picture as well inside of their student workbook. But I can decide to use that quick video so I can have the students start to talk, engage with that video. And again, even this piece is already inside of those presentation slides. Now let's see if this is relatable. I took this snippet. Oh, look at this. January 25th, 2024 at 8:29 a.m. There's a dense fog advisory in coastal Okaloosa County. Is this something your students can relate to? Yes, right? So, and heaven forbid once they start driving, right? So when that fog comes around, just don't even go to work. But you're used to it, and again, your students are able to relate to it because this is what's happening right here as well. So I want you to go into those books. So if you still have your student edition in front of you, it's that same as that first tab that Ty had you go into. So go ahead and turn to that first tab inside of your student edition, and I want you to look at that phenomena activity. See what's there. And I want you to see if it is relatable to your students or not. Go ahead and take your time. Yeah, so that's like if I want them to do a lab afterwards, but that initial one would just be like that quick, like talk to me, like tell me what you know already kind of deal.
Yeah,
Which one do you have? Let me see.
that's it.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, they're not familiar with these birds here, but there are hurricanes and birds. and,
Right.
You know, this is definitely
Mhm.
applicable.
We can actually then kind of spiral as to what bird species are here.
Yeah.
Oh, there you go. And again, who knows their students better than anyone else? It's you guys, right? Yeah. Nice. Yeah, which phenomena did you guys have here?
We have thermal energy.
Oh,
Yeah. Hot day at the beach. Why does the sand burn your feet?
okay. Is that relatable? Not right now. Not right now.
Well,
But it's still there is still a transfer of energy.
So I grew up on the East Coast, you know, where you get Atlantic sand. That gets a lot
Yeah.
hotter than the Gulf sand goes.
Yeah, that's true.
So
It is finer
it is
here and
something-
everything.
They will be able to relate to it because a lot of kids here have been to the beach. So.
Right.
That's true, too.
Yeah, true.
There,
True.
yeah, you take that to one side, you're like, ah, I forgot my sandals. All right, let's get back together in 3, 2, 1. Okay, so even from just looking at that really quick, we had some conversations about, oh yes, like my students would relate to this, or maybe I can see how it would relate to them and how I can change it just to make it more relatable, specifically for my students. And that is okay because you know your students better than anyone else. But again, notice it was a very Florida-specific phenomena, right? Whether it was in the north, central, or south, right? So to engage all of your students, right? So you have that relatability. So that student text, inside of that student text, did you have space to work anything out? Right? You should have seen that in that page. It gave you space to, I don't know, maybe draw a model. So if you asked you to draw a model, you had that big square. Or to make a claim. Why make a claim? Because eventually they will get, starts with an E. Evidence. So they can solidify their reasoning, right? So we're starting off right at the very beginning with using that CER framework. So every phenomenon will follow one of two. It's either about a modeling activity or following that CER framework, right? So it's purposeful. It's not just a throwaway activity, and we're going to come back to it. We'll revisit this phenomena as we learn more and we're going through. See, so they're all very purposeful. So now my students are engaged, right? We had some conversations. We're able to draw some models. And even if they're wrong, is that okay right now? Of course it is, right? Because we will go through the lessons as they begin to explore. I know that some of you started looking at this already, so if you're still in that student edition, that next page, you should see, and you should have a purple banner on top. So they're all color-coded. You have that purple banner on top that lets you know that this is a hands-on activity that we could do. Do we have to do it? No, right? It depends on that time and the planning, and also the type of activity that it is. And you have hands-on labs, data analysis labs, or there are virtual labs that can be used as well. You don't have to print anything out. It's all on those presentation slides already. And look at how rich they are. Relate cause and effect. Develop an explanation. So it's not just a quick, oh, what did you find out? What is your hypothesis? Or if you go into it, null hypothesis, how does that all go into it? Because sometimes doing labs, doesn't it feel like this sometimes? Right? Oh, no, I don't want to set up that lab. How long are your periods? I was asking some people earlier. Okay, you have the 55 minutes or less periods, right? So sometimes that can feel very overwhelming to do in those labs. But it doesn't have to feel like that. Okay, the lab kits do come labeled, what topic they go with, what lessons they go with. You have that bag that I can just grab really easy and start to set those up because of the way they're labeled. Or, hey, we can do a virtual lab as well. How is the technology in your classrooms when it comes to the students? You can talk to me, it's okay.
For me, it's good, not for everybody else.
So in your case, the students have one-to-one devices or group?
I have a
Yeah. Go ahead.
We all have a card.
Okay, so you have a cart.
Yeah.
Okay, so can we even just take, let's say, 6 of those laptops, not even all of them, and have the students do a group virtual lab? Yeah, we can have them do that. Remember, you can assign those virtual labs either on our platform or through Canvas. Okay, and again, we'll go through Canvas more in a little bit, but they don't have to leave Canvas. Everything opens up in that one spot. And all those reports come back to you. Let's start to look at this lab, which, by the way, can be translated into over 120 different languages. Because we want all of our students to be involved. We want all the students to explore and learn from those experiences. So if you take a look here, I believe this one's on,
You
cooking.
have the ingredients: milk, sugar, vanilla, and heavy cream to make vanilla ice cream. But you don't know how long you need to freeze them once they are mixed.
Okay, so the student here is putting all of the ingredients together, and they're going to explore with the time. They're going to set their time on how long it needs to be in that ice cream maker, right, as it's churning, as it's freezing. And they'll get those reports back, and anything they're typing here, who does that go to? The teacher, right? It will go to you. Whether you're doing it on our platform or the students are doing it through Canvas, all of their work is going to that one place. You can see exactly what, either as a group, individually, or we can do this whole class as well, how that is going for all of our students. So we're getting those reports, and notice the progression of the lab as they're going through. What is the scenario? Let's investigate, let's analyze, make a conclusion, and take it further with Imagine. So even here, we're able to elaborate with one single lab. So now everybody is able to work together. I call it the science table. I'm going to patent that. Oh, and now it's recorded. It's mine. So bring everyone to that science table, making sure that they are engaged. Speaking of that, did you notice inside the book as well, for the student edition, that there are these special things here on the left side? Did anyone ever teach reading before? Okay, all right. So I will ask, why are those numbers important?
Text marking, also when you're asking the kids to give evidence for an answer, what paragraph did you find this in, et cetera, et cetera. Keeping up with where you are.
Exactly. It helps you keep up where you are. It helps them find their evidence and, you know, and they didn't make it up. They find it in a real spot, right? And also, this is how it's done in the current reading classes as well. So you're actually supporting reading without even thinking about it. This is also how the students will see their fast progress monitoring for reading. Every single paragraph, or if it's a poem, every single line will be numbered as well. So they are getting that support directly from you. Speaking of support, usually where do you find vocabulary support? In a student edition or a teacher edition? Usually just the teacher edition. Again, we want to help build some of that independence. So the vocabulary support will also be found inside of that student book. So it's right in the phrase. They're getting that support right at point of use. And
Solid.
in the digital,
A state of matter that has a definite shape and a definite volume.
okay, each of those vocabulary words is read out loud as well. Okay, and yes, you'll see later the whole page gets read out loud to the students as well. And again, to bring all the students to that science table, those glossaries have been natively translated into a plethora of different languages as well. So this is not from Google Translate. These are from native speakers that you have these technical science translations for that glossary as well. Okay, those are available online. I keep talking about student engagement and that exploration. And there we're talking about vocabulary support, but what about learning vocabulary through a game? Okay, so you'll notice that your topics have a vocabulary game students are able to engage with. And let's take a look at this one for a second. Do you have some of those 8th graders that are taller than you? They have bigger beards than you do, and you're like, there's no way you're in 8th grade. They still go nuts over playing games like this. It is hilarious. But what are they also doing? They're engaging with that vocabulary. And I'm sure you've noticed that no matter what, if a student doesn't understand the vocabulary that we need in science, it doesn't matter how amazing a lab is, it doesn't matter how engaging we make a lesson, they are not able to follow along. Okay, so that's why we put a lot of emphasis into building that vocabulary knowledge for our students. And again, they can be translated into those over 120 different languages. Inside of your teacher edition, you'll notice that vocabulary support, how to organize information, how to activate prior knowledge, how the students need to support their claims. And if you're in here, I already know, look, I already know you're a master teacher. I know that you've been doing this for a while and you know how to work with your students, but we're also getting a lot of new teachers as well into the profession, right? So they need to be able to get that support. So we wanted that support built in for all of the teachers, whether they were fresh teachers or veteran teachers. It's all right. Everyone's able to bring all of their students to that math table. You notice inside of the presentation slides, those key vocabulary words are already highlighted. You don't have to search for those either. And so this is just a deeper look into those notes for the presentation slides, right? Oh, I'll point this out as well. So later on, when you're going through your teacher guide, you'll notice that there are some words in blue. I know it's hard to see there, but these words are in blue font. That blue font lets you know how to ask the students questions. Again, if you're in here, I know that you got it, right? But think about your first year. I'll give you my example, so you don't have to tell me. And I know we're all guilty though. Do you remember doing this? You guys have any questions? What do kids always tell you? Oh, no questions, Mr. Sinclair. I'm like, wow, I'm doing amazing. This is like my first week. All right. You guys understand? Oh, yes, we understand, Mr. Sinclair. I'm like, wow, that's amazing. Then you ask them a real question. You're like, wow, I just wasted like half an hour. What happened? That's because we needed support like this, how to ask those proper questions. Again, inviting all of the teachers as well, even when they're starting off, to ask those proper questions. What about support for ELL students? All right, so this is something very near and dear to my heart. I don't know if you can tell, but I'm ELL, okay? But the ELL support that was there for me when I was a child was, we got a new student. All right, so we should label things in the classroom. D-O-O-R-C-L-O-C-K. It's gonna come out, bro, listen. I couldn't read English, so it doesn't matter. Like, it doesn't matter, right? I needed support like this. This ELD support is aligned to the WIDA levels for language acquisition. So finishing off those sentence frames, going deeper into some of the vocabulary and some of the things that we don't think about, right? So this is true ELL support for your students as you're going through. I mentioned earlier that each of the pages can be read out loud.
Scientific theory of atoms. What's more than 16,000 times thinner than a human hair and can be used in fabrics to repel stains and odors? It's a nano whisker.
Should get some of those socks for my kids, right? Now, again, inviting everyone here. Students are able to highlight, underline in different colors. So if you already have a routine, highlight in pink something that you find interesting, they can still do that here. Underline in yellow, something you have a question about, they can do that. Or, hey, you know what? I need this in a different language.
Teoría científica de los átomos, uno que es más de 16.000 veces más delgado que un cabello humano y puede usarse en telas para repeler manchas y olores.
It just read it to me in Spanish. And it doesn't have to be in Spanish. We can choose any of these over 120 different languages, and now it will read it out loud as well. Okay, so here it is in Ukrainian.
Наукова теорія атомів одного, що в 16:00 разів.
I'm going to trust that they said it correctly. That one I don't know. I know Spanish and I can fake Italian. That's about it. But you can see, like now that, for example, here you saw that they chose Ukrainian, that selection will stay saved in their file. So when they highlight the next paragraph or page, whatever they need, it will already be there saved in Ukrainian, and it just hit translate and they can listen to it. Did they have to download anything special? No. So that means if you are using Canvas, it's already working within your Canvas because it's integrated into the textbooks. All right, so again, inviting all of my students to come to that science table. What about some of those reading levels? Printed inside of that student edition is the on grade level reading, okay, as it should be. Online, you'll notice that there are scaffolded or extension versions of that text. So below grade level reading, above grade level reading. But the science content is still what? The same, exactly. Okay, because that's what they need. Ultimately, that's what we're teaching, right? Those science standards. So those science standards will stay the same while, let's say, breaking down sentences into simpler sentences, right? Simpler structures. Okay, using different words. I already went over this earlier with the numbered paragraphs. And like you mentioned, even the reading checks, it will say in paragraphs 1, 2, 3, go back here for your evidence. In paragraphs 12 to 17, start to categorize, these characteristics. So it's letting the students know exactly where they need to go, and also makes it a lot easier to do some CERs. Go ahead.
When I was looking at that, I kind of have an issue with that because the kids want every way possible not to read.
Mm-hmm.
And if you tell them the answers in paragraph 3, guess what they're not going to do? They're not going to read. They're going to go straight to paragraph 3. They're not, I just feel like this is just another way of spoon feeding so that they don't have to read the article, that they can just, I don't know.
Yeah.
If you can give me some reasoning as to, I can maybe see for the lower readers, but my advanced students, man, they're not gonna read that. They're gonna go straight to those paragraphs and just find the sentence. Whereas I don't know.
No, yeah, and I see your concern. It's a valid concern. Now, go ahead.
What I was gonna say is, what I see with that is kids coming to me going, I can't find this answer. And I will turn maybe to the page it's on, or the 2 pages, and say, go read those 2 pages. So, yes, they have to look on those 2 pages, but I have narrowed it down when they're totally lost and don't have a clue. That's the way I was looking at it. So that's a different viewpoint from what you were saying. But I get where you're coming from, because sometimes when they come back, I still can't find it.
It's
my
understanding, though, that's how ELA is tested, though.
Correct, yeah.
That's what I was going to say.
The new math test is that, look, in paragraph 3, what can you draw off of this paragraph? So it's modeling what they're seeing in their ELA classrooms.
Craig, you want to add anything to
that's what I was going to add, yeah.
Yeah. The thing is, so the reason we did that, again, is to, have you ever been told, I know they told me this. They're like, Ricardo, you are pretty much like a reading teacher. And I was like, no, but I want to do experiments. Like, no, you need to support reading, so you need to start adding the reading standards. You need to learn the reading strategies. And I'm like, I just want to blow things up, right? So, yes, and it's the application of math, right? So here, it's still supporting reading without having to go into, this reading strategy is the one that I'll use today, or I'll use a closed read. So this kind of follows along with like the closed reading prompts that the students have to do, where it will tell them exactly within this couple of paragraphs, you should be able to like analyze characters, for example. So it's mirroring what's happening in reading class already. So I don't know if you want to talk to maybe like your reading teacher to see how they combat that, or if even if you're sharing the same students, ask them if that's what the students are doing as well. I know that some of their reading strategies will be, let's read this first, and then go back, or some of the reading strategies will also be, look at some of the questions so you know which ones are the most important paragraphs first, and then go back and read the whole article. So it does depend on kind of like that pedagogy that's happening in the school. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Yeah.
To dumbing down.
Yeah, then that's okay. If, again, you know your students better than anyone else, right? Go ahead.
Yeah, but I was looking at the book I'm looking at. It actually has, every paragraph they have to go read to answer something in here. From, except for like one, but so it still is, they have to kind of go read those paragraphs to find the answers.
Yeah, I didn't show it in order. Like, so if you see here, you see this question 1, this question 5, question 2, 3, 4, it would still say in paragraphs 4 and 5, in paragraphs 6, 7. So it does incorporate those lessons, and that's something that, bookmark it. You get to keep these resources, right, Ty? So if you're looking at one of these lessons, do the dog ear thing, so you can go back and take a look at it to see, are they really skipping a lot of material, or is it just being specific to where to find those questions, but they still have to read the whole lesson?
Well, I did notice that further on, there's some more questions, and then there's no in paragraph blah, blah, blah. So that's...
Oh, with the elaborates, yeah.
Yeah, so that's good.
Yeah.
I just kind of wanted to know what the reasoning was behind it.
Yeah. So
and going along with the reading practices, I get it.
Right. Yeah, so it's mainly to mirror what's happening in reading. You're correct. Okay, let's go to, those phenomena. I kind of mentioned this earlier. It wasn't just, this is my opener and we will never talk about this again. We're going to revisit those phenomena to go back. Now that I've gone through the lesson, now that I've learned, and now that I've gone through the reading as well, hey, maybe my model was not right. So we revisit that. Maybe my claim was totally off, but that is okay because that is how we learn. Now that I have evidence, I can go back and change my claims based off the evidence that we gathered. Now here, so far you've looked at from engage to explain, and you've been looking at mainly the checkmark questions, those fast track resources. Now I want to take a look at some of those extension resources, right? So additional support either for my honors class or we have time to go deeper into it. You notice that the standard correlations for those honors classes, you have that correlation, again, only one place you need to go to between both classes. So let's take a look at this one. This one is Explore Cooking and States of Matter. So you saw that interactivity. So that plus sign would be something that I do with my honors classes. Or if I really have time to go deeper into it, even with my regular class, it is okay. They can still learn and take away from those resources. So those extended enrich activities is probably what you were mentioning earlier that is not labeled. It won't say, go to paragraph 7. Okay, we are putting everything together.
So they have to think through it.
Exactly, right. So you see, you have support for both. Yeah? So you have support for both, and they were just showing off that, yes, it's there on print, but what happens if, you know, they left their book at football practice? It's okay, they can still do it digitally. They can go ahead and type into these documents, okay? And even the PDF version of those documents, I will let you know that the students are able to type on them, draw on them, without having to download anything extra. All right, it's built into our PDF. Okay, so you have those editors built in. Yes, sir?
Just for ease of use, on the digital teacher edition, on those plus signs, is there a link to click on them to bring to assign this assignment, or is this something we have to access through a different page? So just access the link right there.
Yeah, what I'll do is in like my last minutes, I'll sign in so you can see exactly what that would look like. Yeah, yeah. So and you have logins as well, so you can go into the teacher site and be able to look at all the resources. And we didn't hold anything back. Okay, you can look at all of those resources. And I'm going to say now, in case I forget it, something special that we do is you have access digitally to all the grade levels that the district gets. Yeah.
I went in and I saw all that, but I do have one quick question.
Sure.
When they do something digital and you said we are able to see it, how is it? I mean, we're not going to get 500 emails. It will all be in one spot where
Correct.
we just go in and start looking.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah. So it's just in one spot.
I was seeing when I was looking at the digital, but I wasn't 100% sure.
Correct. Yeah, you're correct. It's just in that one spot. And even if you're using Canvas, your spot would be within Canvas, and you're able to see everything in that place, right?
Well, what if we don't have Canvas?
So it would be.
What if this district does, we don't keep it?
Yeah. Where's that keyboard? What you?
Is that what you're gonna show us maybe later?
I'm gonna show it maybe later, but I'll do a little bit right now.
Just getting a little worried.
No, don't. So when you do log into your to this site, which you have that information, and I also have a slide on it. You can take a picture of it if you want later on. You'll notice that right now there's only one period right here into this demo class, and the right side has the textbooks, right? So we have both versions, comprehensive and Earth Life Physical. So in this case, I'm going to hit Earth, and if you don't see the one you want, all you have to do is click on the all programs, correct. But I'll hit on Earth because it's right here. And this is my big hint to you. You see the left side is the table of contents. This is how I would navigate, using that left-hand side table of contents. Okay. The right side, I know you're looking at these shiny buttons. You're like, oh, Ricardo, shiny buttons. I want to click those. Okay. These are filters. So if I click into video audio, it will show me each of the video and audio resources that are found in here, right? Or every phenomenon that's in there. But also think about how you plan. Oh, I plan by what topic I'm going to teach. So where's Earth? Let's say that we're going into next week, a changing Earth. Just by clicking on a changing Earth, now all of my resources on that left side change to say, hey, okay, so which lesson do you want to do? If I'm doing lesson, let's do 4 impacts of humans, notice that the middle, now every single thing for lesson 4 is coming up right here, including those editable lesson plans. Here are those editable lesson presentation slides. Here is that video, kind of like what I played earlier about the fog. And if I wanted to assign it to them, what do? I click assign. If I just want to watch it whole class, I just click right here and it will play whole class. The only difference within Canvas is that instead of saying assign, it will say import. That is the only difference. You're still able to see every single resource that's in there without a loss of functionality. Yes, ma'am.
Once the students, if you assign it to the students, once they watch it, will I be able to see who has watched it?
Yes. They will go into, let me see if this class has it. They will go into 3 different categories. Let me see. So they'll go into 3 different categories. Not started. It lets you know they have not opened it. Oh, Mr. Sinclair, like I did this. You did not open it. In progress means that they opened it, but they didn't say like, I'm done with it, right? So it's kind of like they're holding on to their paper if they're working on it. Or turned in. So I can see that this kiddo turned it in already. You see? And it's giving me here just a teacher preview, but this happened to be just a video, right? So you mentioned, oh, I signed them a video. I wanted them to watch it, and maybe I want to walk in with some notes, right? I'm doing a little bit of that spiral back. So you can go ahead and do any of that. So you can assign any of those resources, whether it's a video, an interactivity, we'll see in a little bit, the vocabulary games. So every resource that's there. Go ahead, sir.
If we use something like Google Classroom, for example, can you link it to that, or is it just Canvas that you can link it to?
All right. So I know a guy who knows a guy. All right. So in this demo account, we turned it off because it's a demo account and everybody has it, right? So there's an import Google Classroom that we do. We're actually one of the first companies that allowed you to import your Google Classroom class. And if that's the case, you do that import one time, and your students live in Google Classroom. I would still assign it to them just the same way that I did earlier. Yeah, yeah, and it has the grade pass back. So between Google Classroom, between Canvas, anything that's graded here, we'll send it over to the other side as well, whatever you made that connection with. All right? So that's an excellent question. Thank you. All right. So we were here, I said that, I said all that jazz. Okay, evaluate. Okay, your lesson reviews are already built into that student edition as well. And you have exit tickets that are incorporated into those presentation slides. So you don't have to try to create those on your own. But of course, if you're doing things digitally, well, you're getting some reports back, right? Because things are auto-graded. You're able to see all these great resources. So every single one of those questions is aligned to a standard, so we can see exactly how the students performed with each of those standards. And we say, whoa, they didn't do so hot. It can show me those extra resources right there. Or question analysis. Which question do we need to debrief, right? So really quickly being able to see what needs to debrief, what they didn't do so hot in, or a student analysis. So a breakdown of each of your students. By the way, those can be exported into CSV files if you have to have data chats, anything like that. Or, of course, if you're meeting with parents, you can pull up all their stuff. And that last one, performance analysis. I'm going to say, you know what, show me who got an 80% or higher, and it will break that class into groups. Who scored less than an 80? Of course, can I grab a student? Because I know my students better than anyone else. I can put them into a different group. It's OK. So I'll work with these students like in the corner, on the kidney table. Maybe we'll do some other activity. While the student on the right, Maya, she'll work on something else. If we clicked on Assign Resources, it will show a list of suggested resources. But of course, it doesn't have to be. If you are working on, let's say, a STEM project, maybe that's time for them to work on their STEM project while we remediate a little bit, and then they'll join the rest of the class, right? So you get those decisions right back. Yes, sir?
So this stuff here, is it, the answers for the students, is it multiple choice or is it they have to type in answers?
Which one would you like?
I like the one where they type in answers. However, my wife teaches math.
Mhm.
One of the problems she runs into with a lot of stuff that they do is it's word choice. If the students aren't using the exact correct word choice, it'll mark questions wrong.
Gotcha.
They've answered the question, they've
Mhm.
fulfilled the requirements, but they're just not using the specific wording that the program requires, so it's flagging questions as wrong. My wife has to go back, she's like, no, that's correct, and she has to keep adjusting scores on things.
Ooh, that must not be ours then. Okay, so with us, what you'll see is there are technology-enhanced items, right? So multi-select questions, drop-down menus, categorizing, yes, multiple choice as well. So you have all of those different question types, and there are long response questions, but the long response questions are not a single word. It's a long response, so if there's a long response question, that would be the only question that I have to grade instead of all of them, because the other ones would be automatically graded. Okay?
Is it set up where you can pull all of those up at once to grade them?
Yes. Yeah. So you'll see it on that teacher site. We were able to see that really quickly. Go and just look at those questions. Yes.
So since we're on assessment, the difficulty of the questions is key. So we use in Florida the depths of knowledge, DOK levels.
Yeah.
Do you have, I was looking at your assessments and I don't necessarily see that to know which is a higher complexity, lower complexity, because I can see if my students 80% got it correct, but it might be a low-level question that
Yeah.
I would expect almost more than 80%. So what's your response to that?
Yeah. So and by the way, I'm in Florida, so you guys don't have to. I got it. All right. So in that assessment piece, like, we'll get into it in a couple of slides. But what it's doing is we partnered up with a third party that all they do in their life is they vet state assessments. So we went up to them. They're called WestEd, and said, "Hey, I would like you to look at all of the assessment items. Help us put together an assessment workbook that aligns to specifically what Florida is looking at for the item descriptors, the depth of knowledge, DOK levels." Yeah, that's the one. Yeah.
Because I was looking for that particularly on here and I didn't see that. And with your assessments too, we have a lot of content set dependent questions. So
Yeah.
they're looking at different forms of data with one question related to a data table,
Right.
to a graphic or whatever. And I'm just being
Yeah.
real here. So I'm looking at your assessments and I only see like one graphic. You know, there might be 3 questions based on the one graphic, which is great because this is what our students are expected to know
Yeah.
also. But yet I don't see in any of in this book here, if this
Yeah.
is your only assessment, and my next question is any of the assessments editable? But also I don't see where they're having to you know, analyze various types of data and come up, you know, and have a
Yeah.
question based on that.
So what I'll say to that is that this is not the only assessment that the students would see, right? So there are the lesson quizzes, there are the topic assessments, you have these that are comprehensive, you also have the exam view questions as well. So if you use exam view before, then you know you get a test bank, right? So you have those test bank questions, and we can, if you've used it deeply, you know that with 3 clicks, you can say, oh, I want 4 different versions, yes, change the numbers, scramble the questions, and scramble the answer choices, right? So you have that availability as well with those assessments. And even the digital assessments, those can be customized as well, right? So there are different avenues for gathering data for my students.
But it's not in here. So the teacher.
Yeah, go ahead.
Just in terms of, I think what Ricardo's trying to say is like, there are different types of assessments that have different rules. That particular book that you're looking at is just a prep book. And so it's only gonna have one set, right? So they're gonna prep, they have one test to prep for like Earth physical, simulation, you know, experience, and then our actual assessments that are part of the program that are actually like a topic assessment. You're going to see more opportunities to practice particular data tables or the, you know, content-dependent ones that you're talking about. And if that's not enough, I think what Ricardo was saying is that something that's unique to Savvis is that we do have very customizable assessments where you can say, like, they're really struggling here. I want to have like 4 of these item types on one test, so because I'm going to use it as a teaching tool rather than just an assessment tool. I'm going to model the first one. How do I go through my thinking when I'm looking at these data tables? Now let's do one together, and let's do a third. If we might, you know, no test that we would design would have 5 of the same problems on the exact same test, but you would have the flexibility if you want to make it a teaching opportunity to do that as well. So, but you'll see those different items sprinkled throughout 4 or 5 different test types that you see across the topic. And the book that you have right now really is just a simulation experience. It's a test prep. Some folks like to do it as they go. Some folks like to say, like, oh, I'm going to do it at the beginning of the year and at the end of the year and see if there's a difference in the students. So that's a little bit different function.
So you mentioned your third party, though. This is not from your third party. That's specific to Florida.
Yeah, so that's with a partnership with West Ed. Yeah. So that's the one you're holding. And so I was gonna look at this bullet point here that they wrote in here. The distribution of items by cognitive complexity in the practice test is closely aligned within the range of percentages indicated in the Florida test specs. So there's that, and the reporting categories as well. So those different reporting categories is aligned to that. You won't see one that's off balance compared to the other one, right? Yeah. Okay. Okie dokie artichoke. So if I showed you this picture, some of you guys have fond memories of this. You can tell like what the classroom like smelled like at that time. It's taking you back. For me, at least, I'm like, oh, that's when I used to have my fro. I know you don't believe me, but I did. Okay. So we have fond memories of this, but now our students, they see videos all the time. They see videos on demand all the time. I'm having a hard time explaining to my daughter, she just started 6th grade, that you only got to go to the bathroom during a commercial. And if you missed it, hey, you missed it, kiddo, right? They don't understand that. So videos right now, they don't feel exciting to our students unless we're able to make them active instead of passive. So one of our partnerships is with Science 3D to create these engaging and active videos for our students.
Welcome to the Bahamas, home to more than 700 islands, mysterious underwater caves, and abundant marine life. We're here to do something no one has ever done before. Attach a 360-degree camera to the back of a sea turtle to record its life. This is going to be a big adventure, but first, we got to find some.
That's Dr. Mike Heithaus from FIU. Okay, so Florida International University. It's my alma mater. Rawr, go Panthers. So you can see right here, it's not just, hey, let's watch this video and like learn about the turtles, all right? They're giving some background information, but they are going to make this design, right? So this would be one of those extra support activities that we're able to do with our students. But take a look at everything the students would be doing here. Investigate, explore, use data, design solutions, create designs, discover patterns, look for local threats, even explore careers. Isn't that something that you want all of your students to be able to do? Of course, right? So we're incorporating these videos to, again, keep them engaged and let them know that science exists outside of the 4 walls of our classroom. See right here, highlighting some different careers and some local folks as well, right? So we have a researcher here from FIU.
I'm Terry.
Or Terry, the material scientist.
A material scientist is an individual who utilizes math, science to address societal needs. For example, we work on prosthetics. And those are the artificial joints that go into the body, like the artificial hip.
Thank you, Terry. So again, I was mentioning the Canvas integration and all that good jazz. You can see right here, this is the student view. You saw this video earlier. Did they leave Canvas? No, they're in one place. Right? So in one place, or that lab is all in one spot. They don't have to learn another password. They don't have to go anywhere else. And they don't have to even worry about opening up a new tab. It's in one spot.
Because they will Google answers if you let them open a new tab.
Exactly. So just in one place, and you have that great pass back between the two. Okay? So if I were to ask, some people, hey, how was your day? So you might tell me, hey, I feel a little overwhelmed here. What's going on? And that's because, again, you're going through so much. Ty mentioned earlier that at middle school, those middle school years are tough, right? They're hard. And I know that when we tell people, oh yeah, I teach middle school, they're like, wow, how do you do that? That's amazing, right? Because it is tough, but we need to be able to save time. Teacher background. Remember, for those, I know if you're in here, you know your science. We're getting a lot of new teachers in here, so they are given teacher background knowledge on the science, so they know what's happening even a little bit deeper than what the students would need to know. Okay, common misconceptions, addressing those misconceptions before they even happen, or what happens, they'll practice with those misconceptions, and we can't be having that because that's what they'll end up remembering. So and every time you see one of those, it is specific to that lesson, it is specific to that page and resources that you and the students are looking at. They change every single time that it happens. The progression of the standards, again, I know that your assessment is fair game, right? So 6 to 12 assessment questions. So you're given background information as to what happened before, what they're doing with you now, and how that affects them later on as well, as to why these standards were put together the way that they were and why they're so important to support all of our students, including any of the access points. You saw the ELL support, ELA, and the math standards that are being addressed. So now you don't have to search for them, right? Or make them up. Stop making them up. Okay? So they're all in one place. We can go ahead and address that, and it's naturally happening within our classrooms. The whole text can be translated. You saw that earlier, as well as how to connect to the home. So when there are parent nights, okay, we are trying to have the parents more involved. How would that happen? Notice there are home connection call-outs inside of that teacher guide. And inviting even now the parents as well to come to that science table. Okay, I kind of went over this already, the partnership with West Ed. So they did look at those DOK levels and those specs to make sure that everything was 100% aligned to all the public information that's released for them. The assessments, so some of the extra ones I didn't get to mention were the readiness assessment. Are they ready? Benchmark assessments and a different end-of-year assessment. So there are multiple assessment opportunities as you guys are going through that. And again, you can download those exam view test banks and really super customize everything that you're seeing there in that one spot so that everyone is coming and enjoying that science, right? The more that they explore, the more they'll remember that science because they are engaged, right? And they want to be in your classroom. And isn't it amazing when a kid tells you, hey, I liked science class today. It's a great feeling, right? I know I got this question earlier before we started about the nature of science benchmarks, how that gets addressed. So we've done them in two ways. The DOE wants the nature of science standards done throughout the whole text. So it is naturally integrated throughout the text. And there is also a nature of science handbook. So a section that you will see at the end of that student edition, right? So that has put all this information together. But again, as you're going through, anytime that you see Think Like a Scientist, those are call-outs to those nature of science benchmarks. Okay, so the handbook would look something like this, addressing scientific skills, reasoning, defining variables. So those are found at the very back of the book, so you can use them at your discretion, whether you use them in one section or you decide to sprinkle it throughout. You can go ahead and do all that good stuff. So these are your demo credentials. I have them here on the board. Feel free to take a picture. You should have them inside of your bags as well. Inside of your bags, you should have a placemat. There we go. That looks like this. This has that same information, so you can log in and take a look at those resources. So as you're taking those pictures, I have time for half a question. Yes?
So one of the slides you showed us had, you know, updated weather information or whatever, the phenomena. Do you go in periodically, and because it's all digitized and so easy, is there any updating throughout the adoption that you would do, or?
Yeah, so with that phenomena, I went and I grabbed that fog advisory for you guys for a couple days ago, right? So I decided to grab that. So you'll notice that they're kind of like open-ended enough that next year I could use that same phenomena, but I can bring up, you know, new information, right? So I kind of did that on my own. But I will say, when there are any technology updates, that's platform-wise. That happens to everyone. I kind of mentioned earlier to an earlier question that you can upload resources into our platform, right? So not just, even if you're not using Canvas, in our platform, you can upload resources, and if she thinks, oh, that's so cool, but now I have to do it too. No, you don't. I can share that with her within our platform. It's like sharing a playlist. We call it a playlist. So think of it like, you know, when you used to make the tapes, right? So you make the mixtape, and now you have it as well. That came from technology updates of talking to teachers, right? And something that we're adding, you'll see it in a couple of weeks. There's a button that says, hey, do you have any suggestions? We'll take your suggestions, and we'll see what can be done. We're adding those buttons because you guys asked for those things, right? So technology updates, that happens platform-wise.
So just for the sake of time, I'll have to cut it right there. If you guys think of any questions after the presentation, email them to myself or Ms. Ellis, and we can get follow-up responses. But what I do is I share that out with the group. So if one person has a question, I'll give a response and I share it out to everybody. That way everybody's getting the same information, okay?
Hi, everybody. Don Baskell. Thank you so much for your time and effort. I've been in your seat before, and of course, my main concern is the assistant principal in my classroom while the sub's there, right? So I appreciate this is a very, very important thing that you're doing, and I know that you're taking it seriously. And my hope is that I can help with any questions about Open SciEd, right, and KIDM. So it's Open SciEd powered by KIDM, right? And for middle school, let me see if this will work. All right, there we go. So Open SciEd powered by KIDM, it's an open education resource, right? Are you familiar with that? How many of you have heard of this, OER? A little bit. So I'll just give you a little bit of background. Most of the time, you're going to be engaged with publishing companies, right? The ones that you've heard of year after year after year. The new wave that's kind of sweeping across America is open education resources. That's in mathematics, in science, and usually they're coming out of a university or academia, right? So Open SciEd is coming out of Rice University, and it's basically a group of academic leaders, forward thinkers that are putting together high quality instructional materials. And that's all that they do. That stands in sharp contrast to publishing companies who have to negotiate print contracts and warehouses and have a staff of people like me, right? And so it's kind of makes it a very pure effort to see a group of people who only care about the true quality of a lesson, right? The quality of teaching and moving the needle in the classroom. So you'll see other organizations like Ed Reports, right, that are sort of setting the gold standard for what high quality instructional materials should be. And then you have publishing companies that are saying, well, what do we have and what's the economic impact of trying to get to where the high bar is, the gold standard. And then thankfully we have Open Education Resource, these nonprofit organizations that are going in and saying, well, let's just set a good example and make it available for everyone, right? Now, where does KIDM come in? So we are going to power that curriculum, that high quality curriculum that they've presented and gifted to everyone in the world, and we're going to make it so it's usable and supports your teachers, supports your administration and everything like that, right? So my goal today is to kind of walk you through that a little bit and answer any questions that you have, and hopefully there's a few technology hurdles, but I want you to be able to have access to everything. So I'm going to work with Ryan to make sure that you get this presentation afterwards so that you can actually see some of the links that I have. Okay. Hold on just a second. Okay, so the key is what's important, right? What's important for you today? So I don't know if this is interactive or not, if you're, Ryan, if I can ask questions, but yeah, I'm curious because I was a school teacher 16 years and I know my daughter is in high school and she just middle school, and I think of the way that I used to do it, and I also think of my colleagues that are my age that are still teaching in the classroom, and it's not always easy to innovate, right? Because I've done it the way I've done it forever. But when I look at the things that are being pushed, right, the NGSS, the 3D learning, 5E model, all of those things kind of challenge me when I reflect on the way that I taught, right? So, and unfortunately, I do see my daughter taking notes, right, in science class, and she comes home and she'd copy notes off the board, and then she basically does that several times during the week, and then she takes a test on the notes that she took in class. And so, we want to move that needle. I'm just curious for your district, if that's you know, kind of where you're at. What are the things that you're looking for as you sit here today and go through this? Or are you beholden to the rubric, right? You know, you have a very structured situation. So yeah, what feedback do you have for me?
We have iPads.
You have
But
iPads.
we also have kids who do not have internet access at home.
Right.
So does it work on phones?
Yes, yeah, actually this, the digital piece of this does, it works in your classroom, it works at home, it works with phones, and it gives them a chance to interact, absolutely. Yes?
I think just the biggest thing is options.
Yeah.
You know, a variety of options for the different teacher, the different learner, the different situation.
Yeah. What if I told you that 16 years as a math teacher, this never failed. You know, at the last day of school before exams was book collection day. And then I'd put the fear of God in them to tell them that if they don't, you know, that their house will get sold and their parents, you know. And you know what happens. You get those books back. They look newer than when you gave it to them, right? There's no crease in the side, nothing. It's the textbook. So to your point, you know, options. The textbook, my daughter reads Percy Jackson. She reads the Percy Jackson series. I've never seen her read in her science book. Okay? So to your point, what if I told you there was a curriculum authored by people who solely focus on that, and then they let Kidam worry about the rest, right? But the quality of open education resources is not just because it is high quality. It's also because of ownership. So your district, you buy a textbook, you kind of got that for 5 years. You're married to it. With this research-based curriculum, they don't stop. They're not done. They're grant funded. They're going to continue. Open SciEd will continue to innovate. So you'll continue to see the innovations, right? You may choose to purchase print, but you don't have to. We can provide print. We can provide digital. But next year and the year after that and the year after that, you can be sure that Open SciEd is continuing to refine and innovate. When I talked about ownership, what I mean is that you have a seat at the table at Rice University, basically, because it's shared. It's like a shared Google document. You can edit for implementation purposes. You can edit for differentiation purposes, right? If you have two students who have trouble with handwriting, like my child, you can like in seconds, with the Kidam backing, you can switch any assignment literally in seconds and just give them a chance to use like a drawing tool, right? Or to record their voice. So you talked about flexibility and options. That's something that you know, you might hope that a publisher, a traditional publisher, can provide, but again, they can only provide it in the way that makes economic sense for them and their engineering team and their development team, right? All of the features and benefits that we've put in Kidam have been accomplished in partnership with Open SciEd, right? So we're a certified partner because they're collaborating. They're collaborating on every aspect. So for the middle school challenge, right? We all hear about phenomenon-based. That's Open SciEd, okay? Student-centered, the discussion. I have a video that I wanted to play that will show kind of what it looks like in the classroom, the students talking, and it reminds me of one situation in my class, one of the years right before I left the classroom, and when we were using a problem-based learning, lots of discussion, lots of rapid response, and one of the students said, "Mr. Baskell, can't I just sit here and get a C?" And I said, "No." And she said, "Do you mean I really have to learn this stuff?" And I said, "Yes, and I really have to teach it." And so it was like the engagement piece was a game changer, right? And when you see what Open SciEd has brought to the table, it's truly going to, it's a different energy in the room, right? The lessons are not, they're the farthest extreme from copying your notes. It's actually promoting discussions. And this is where we are today, right? This is the reality of the world that we live in. Okay, so there's 5 basic principles that we have for Open SciEd. Okay, every lesson is going to be grounded in evidence. You're going to see that we need technology. We need it to localize and contextualize this high-quality curriculum. It needs to be rigorous. It needs to be equitable, right? Everyone needs to participate. And we need to share best practices. So this is what I would encourage you. If you haven't had a chance to see this, I would encourage you to visit EdReports. Now I'm going to see if it'll let me. Well, there's a link. Ryan, do I have a, yeah, here, there it is. Let me see if I can get there. Nope, it's not letting me do that. Okay. On EdReports, are you familiar with EdReports? No? No. Okay. EdReports is one of those third-party gold standard organizations. Okay. People, just like us, apply to be a reviewer at EdReports. It's a rigorous application, but it's sort of a feather in your cap. It's an honor. They do an exhaustive training, and then they commit to reviewing curriculum. There's 3 standards, or 3 gateways that EdReports works on. One is coherence, rigor, and usability. Okay? So if you can go to EdReports, which I would encourage you to do, it serves as a reference, right? That you guys have your rubric, and if you go to EdReports, you'll see everyone that's here today, and you'll see a comprehensive, exhaustive analysis of every publisher, every solution, with examples. The reason I bring that up is because this isn't the first time that I've stood in front of people, and when you're finished with your rubric, often it's shared back to publishers. It's shared back to us, and what we want to do is we want to look at it and say, well, how can we get better? And it's frustrating if there's a discrepancy, right? You look and see the gold standard EdReports, or NGSS also, right? And then you look at the review notes and we say, well, that was on us. We need to figure out a way to make sure that you have access so that you can see what some of your peers have seen. So I would just encourage you to make a note of that and check that out. Okay, with OSC, we're breaking away from the conventional and embracing phenomenon-based, inquiry-based framework. Phenomenon-based learning lies at the heart of Open SciEd's approach. So natural phenomenon are observable, right? We know this. And so some examples of natural phenomenon are like the seasons, ecological interactions, climate, emotion in sports, weather, human body, geological changes. All of those are going to be covered. And at the core of each lesson and each unit, they use a storyline approach. That's a logical sequence of lessons that are motivated by student questions that arise from students' interactions with that phenomenon. So there's 5 instructional routines: the anchoring phenomenon, navigation, investigations, problemization, and putting all the pieces together. skip. There we go. Okay, so this is an example of where the anchoring phenomenon begins as OSE, Open SciEd, uses a storyline approach created by a natural progression of learning and application. So next you'll see some examples of driving question boards. Students refer to throughout a few of the routines, but in particular when the navigation and investigation routines are in play. Okay. So what you'll see here is that your resource needs to set the conditions in the classroom for the interactive discussions, right? And that's what Open SciEd is doing. So here we have the problemization and the putting pieces together. In Open SciEd Science Classroom Resources and Units, the purpose of the problemization routine is to reveal a potential problem with the current model or explanation in order to motivate students to extend or revise their models. A teacher seeds, cultivates, and captivates on an emerging disagreement that reveals the potential problem and gets students to focus on an important question that could extend their science models. The problemization routine is often conducted after a putting pieces together routine or a strategic location, or at a strategic location where students need to recognize that there's more to figure out. Putting the pieces together routine, in putting this together, students take the ideas that they've developed across multiple lessons and figure out how they can be connected to account for the phenomena in the class that the class is working on. In our science classroom resources, this routine serves to help students take stock in their learning and engage with the class to develop a consensus representation, explanation, or model to the account for the target phenomenon. So, when thinking about bridging brilliance, when you use the OSE powered by Kiddom, it unlocks the true potential of curriculums through extraordinary instructional materials that come to life for both the teacher and the student. Open SciEd Middle School science curriculum integrated with Kiddom stands out for its research-backed, student-centric approach. It fosters critical thinking through phenomenon-based inquiry, promoting a deeper understanding of scientific concepts. The curriculum's adaptability and alignment empowers educators to deliver engaging, effective science education tailored to the students' needs. Kiddom ignites minds through elevating education, and Kiddom-powered curriculums become even more extraordinary. So let's talk a little bit about more how we're supporting teachers, because I want to tell you a little bit about the Kiddom side of this. I think as a teacher, the most important part is, what are you doing before the lesson? What are you doing during the lesson? And then what do you do after the lesson, right? Now, if you think about what happens with the traditional textbook is that, we all want to make our classrooms magical. So we're looking for all these resources. We're probably staying up, looking on Google, looking on the internet. And so everything is here in one spot. With the Kiddom platform, during your planning, you can access the materials, and then the digital platform brings these things right to your fingertips, like the ability to edit, the ability to make assignments, so you can actually assign the core version to the bulk of your class and then quickly assign the edited version to maybe 2 of your students. It only takes a few seconds to do that, right? You're going to change maybe the item format, and then when you go to assign, it basically asks you, do you want to assign this to everyone in your class, or do you want to assign it to a group? And so you can create those things. It makes it very simple to do things like assign the work for homework out in the future, to schedule it out, or to do it right there in class. So we're giving you those tools in the moment during your planning. The other thing is, when you go to deliver the lesson itself, there's already a slideshow that's prepared for everyone. It's complete, right? Again, created by KIDM in connection with the Open SciEd team. So all of your teachers, whether you're eager to change the way your classroom looks and feels, or whether you're brand new to teaching and you need some supports, it's very nice to be able to go through the slides, have them there for you, and have the notes right there for the teacher. It's not scripted, but it's just there so that you have that support. If you want to know about the routines, it'll actually tell you, on this slide, you know where to look. So if you're working on your lesson during first period, you can actually, just refer to the notes and not have to go worry about where am I going to find the supports that I need. So that's a nice thing, because in the moment, that's what you're going to need. You don't need to have to worry about all of those things. And if you have a substitute in your class, right, then you can also, digitally assign or create or customize your PowerPoint. You can even provide personalized changes to it. So if, absolutely, yeah. And on that note, like, nothing ever changes in Florida, right? Right? You just wait 5 minutes and the weather changes, and so do the politics. So, so you can change just about anything at any time. You can, if you think about maybe some professional learning that you've done, right? Or if you're really kind of focusing or spotlighting a certain effort that you've done in your district, then your district leaders can create a version of the slideshow quickly. They can capture it and change it to, this is our 5E model version of this slideshow. And they can just highlight, in red, they'll put the things that, just call outs, things that jump out, and they can publish that down to everyone else. So it's not sticky notes and emails. It actually is your curriculum. It's your lesson, right? At the same time, your principals, or at the school level, you can be, you have some artistic license there. And then in the classroom, you can change it as well, right? So for any reason, it doesn't have to be just differentiation, but you can actually add things, right? If there's something, if there's a social issue that really is important during a time of year, or in the community, or in the school, then you can incorporate that. You can add it in. And so you can always edit those slideshows, and you can keep them, memorialize them, and share them from in between other teachers in your school district, right? Very powerful, because in the digital experience, in the print experience, you can't really do that, right? You're just telling people to skip this page or something like that. With KIDM and Open SciEd and Open Education Resources, you can actually change that page. Okay, you can add slides, you can add videos, but it's jam-packed with great resources already. So it's a great starting point. And again, it's not scripted. Okay, what other questions? Thank you for that.
Do you have some examples you can show?
Yes, let's see. Okay, this is, Ryan and I ran into this. Let me see if I can.
Is it all digital?
No, they have
No, we have the textbooks here.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is it either or you get both?
No, it's you can get, it's either or both. That's right. Yeah. And Brian, I brought some textbooks, but I thought you guys might have some. Yeah. Yeah. So does anyone want to see one now? Yes. Yeah. Okay. Perfect.
I've been on the platform.
Sure.
Online, and is all of it integrated, or is it separated with Earth, Life, and Physical?
So, yeah, I think we had sent a sample of integrated, but to your point, you can organize it. So, yeah. Here, anyone else? Yeah. I'm sorry, I meant to pass these out before. It just comes as you know, the sixth, seventh, and eighth grade, and Open SciEd has the units laid out, but they're all meant to be phenomenon based, and they're meant to follow that storyline structure for the unit. The textbooks would be comprehensive, yes. It's completely 100% aligned to the Florida standards by grade level, which was, you know, as required by the state to be on the short bid list, right? So we've participated in that fashion. Anyone else? Other questions?
What kind of ELL resources do you have?
Fantastic. So every lesson and unit has those. I can't really, you know, I'm not well versed in ELL, but I know that it's part of every single lesson, right? There's ELL supports, and remember when I mentioned about the slideshows, there's actually ELL supports that are built in there, so it would be a just-in-time reminder to teachers. So when Ryan shares this out, I'm going to send this in a version that's not restricted, but if you'll click on the slideshow, then when you get here, what's supposed to happen is after the lessons that are customizable, you'll see a video clip of the platform, and it'll just walk you through like how you click the edit button. You're just following the mouse. They click the edit button, you name it, you know, version 2 or extra supports or whatever it is, and that's for the actual content, or for the presentation, or for an activity that you do. You always have the rights to edit.
Is the digital platform searchable by standard?
Yes, searchable by standard. Now, let me skip to the next one. Right here. So the activities are, like I said, assignable. Now, to the extent, I mean, yeah, I'm a dinosaur. I brought home the 5 stacks of loose leaf paper and got those little spiral bound things all over my car every single day. And then I'd stay up all night grading them, and how good did I grade them? Because you have 150 of them, right? So most of the work is going to be auto-graded. So if you can assign it, and they can do it on their phone, or if they do it on their iPad in class, if the internet, you know, internet is internet, but if you can find a way, you know, to do that, it's going to save you so much time because it's auto-graded. Again, you can change the types of questions, so it's really teacher autonomy. They can choose what's going to work for them and do a mix. But that formative and summative assessment, they're all built in, and you'll have instant data. Each lesson will be tagged to the standard. So as you plan, or if you're doing observations, or someone's coming into your class, if they ever ask, what are you working on today? Then you should be able to just look right there in your, on your screen, and see the lesson and the standard. You click on it, it shows you the standard. So you can do the searches that way as well. But these formative and summative assessments, they translate into data that you can use to either differentiate or create groups quickly. You know, and the other thing that's really nice, I did this on the math side, is that you can look at the student's work, right? If they submit it digitally, then you can go to question number 1, for instance, and click on Don, and then Joey, and then Sandy, and then and you'll see their answers one after the other. So you can quickly preview through everyone in the class and see what kind of answers are you getting, but you can also look at it holistically on the report that it gives you, just to show you what percentage of the class got it right, and who are those people. You can go by one person at a time or one question at a time. So there's different ways for you to do your grading or to review the auto grading, right? See, that's what it's doing. That's frustrating. But one of the things that I wanted to also talk about is that, I don't know if you can see, can you guys see the?
You can see it over here.
Okay, perfect, perfect. So that represents the students in your class. So if you're one-to-one, or even if they're at home, and you assign something, you'll actually be able to, if you assign it like synchronously, you'll be able to see the students. You'll be able to see that it'll say that they're, 30% finished with the assignment. The other thing that's nice is that you can click on them and enter into a one-on-one session, right? They can screenshot. It's like a chat built right in between you and the students. If someone's struggling, they can actually screenshot, drop it in the chat, send it to you and say, Mr. Basketball, I'm struggling with this. I really don't understand the answer. And then, it doesn't have to be right there in the moment, but at an appropriate time, you can respond. Take your own screenshot, drop it in there, talk to them, or you can record a video. You can record yourself, right? But it's very nice. And then that interaction stays there for perpetuity, right? It's great for like parent-teacher conferences to be able to go through and say, and what I would do is I'd create a fake student and show a model so that I can show it to other to parents and say like, hey, this is what this is the gold standard for my class, right? So you see, textbooks don't do that, right? A textbook doesn't talk to you. It doesn't interact. It doesn't ask you questions. But what we're doing is we're partnering with this high-quality curriculum to bring this to life in your classroom. Okay, Ryan, how am I doing on time? Okay, questions? Yeah.
Can the students interact with each other on this?
Yeah, you can turn that on or off, but the answer is yes. So you can actually create a group. See, it says students and groups. So you can create a group of a few people and go into a session with them and use a whiteboard, right? And the whiteboard has different backgrounds. You can take a screenshot from a YouTube video, use it as the background on your whiteboard that's here, and have all the students collaborate and annotate and circle things and talk. And then, I'm a screenshot guy. You can screenshot all day, but it's like a brilliant technique because you've memorialized what the conversation was, right? And you can save that anywhere. This integrates with Canvas, with ClassLink, with Schoology, with everything, right? So we have, and that's again the great people at Rice University don't want to have to talk to Canvas and ClassLink and Schoology and all of them. So that's where we're all partnered together. So you can do synchronous work or you can assign it for homework, right? But you can see how you can kind of line it up there. So it's easy to create, a week's worth of work or a few days if you have a sub, and the students will know how to interact. But really, that's on the kind of operational side. But the real beauty of OpenSciEd is the way that they're setting the stage for these interactions. Yes?
Is this all on a specific KIDM platform or OpenSciEd, or is that?
So great questions. Okay. So what we've done is we've ingested the content from KIDM there, and we've ingested it into this instance.
So that's a specific, the kids will have to go on to this platform to be able to.
Or they can go through, through their LMS that you have at the district. Yeah, but the answer is yes. They would log in and then they'd see, what assignments if you had assigned it. And again, it's super easy just to send something out to the entire class, or if you have groups, or just one person individually to work through that.
So are we creating the assignments, or is there something you can show us that is an assignment or a lesson or?
Yeah, here we go.
You're got one providing for us.
Yes. So
okay.
So every lesson, every activity that is already there for you. So you don't have to create anything. You don't have to create a single thing. You can customize anything that you'd like. But this is just walking you through like the assignment piece, right? The teacher view and the student view. If you pause there, you see it says the classwork, assign, and personalize. So that would be synchronous. And it's, you know, once you see the click path, it's not any more difficult than any app on your cell phone, right?
Can we see what a student might see when they open up what information they're getting?
Okay, so the student sees the new classwork. And now the student can go in and start their work. Videos embedded, right? The student experience is going to be so much better than, you know, just what they could do.
So is there reading, or is it?
Yeah, this is the actual activity. This is an actual activity. They have 5 responses. That part of that question was to watch a video and then give your response. And so, let me see if we can.
Do they have typical vocabulary?
Yep, all part of the curriculum. Yes, yeah. Sorry, I didn't mean to block.
So besides a video, what would this platform offer?
So the difference is that you would, if you have print only, then you'll have to create, then you will have to create these interactions and create these experiences, right? And so with this, with Kiddom, you can see that the students have the ability to have different answer types. So you can quickly personalize this and change it from a short answer to a video type of response. You can,
okay, so if this
but
is
you don't have to. But you're not authoring it.
Video,
Yeah.
What's next?
Well, they would.
They'd answer the 5
They'd answer their
questions.
question and hit submit. Right.
Okay, so that's 15 minutes. What am I doing for the rest of my period?
I'm sorry.
So that was 15 minutes. What am I doing for the rest of the period? I'm not getting my head around what it is that you're giving us for the students.
Where do they get the information to answer the questions?
Well, they have access to the text, right? So you have the print text or a digital text. They can I think I understand. They can reference the textbook by looking and viewing at it, and it's searchable, and they can navigate. So if you're on Unit 1, Lesson 3, then you might do a presentation in the front of the class using the provided slideshow with all of the resources. You could also tell the students that I want you to read, you know, Unit 1, Lesson 3, and then they would be able to, they have a digital version of the textbook that they access. So they would read through, they can highlight, they can take notes and screenshots and annotate, they can engage with the text, right? And if you would like to adjust Unit 1, Lesson 3, then you can create your own version of Unit 1, Lesson 3, and then you would assign that one. You would say, you know, rather, you might look at this print book and say, I don't like Unit 1, Lesson 3. I'd like to change it a little bit. Well, you can, and then you'd assign your changed version to the students. They see it in the digital experience, or they can see it as print.
So all of their work that they're doing, though, is on the platform,
Not
in a student handbook.
Or you can do it in a student handbook. Yeah, you have a choice. So if you want the benefits of assigning it digitally, then you can assign it digitally. But every activity that's here, there are people who just use the print version and they don't have digital at all. And they're using the Open SciEd experience, and but you know, it's just a little different, right? But your students would accomplish all of their lessons and all of their tasks using pencil and paper or activity or Post-it notes, you know, but with the KIDM power behind Open SciEd, that's whenever things like the customization come into play, auto grading.
Do you have a student one? This is a teacher one.
I do, yeah,
Okay.
absolutely. Yep. Yeah. What questions?
So, like, I have the book on genetics and unit 8.5, and it has 17 lessons in it. Is
Right.
that, like, supposed to be, like, teach all this, and then there's an assessment at the end of it to teach?
Oh, this is still. Well, no, you don't have to teach all 17 lessons. The Open SciEd is giving you more than you'll ever need, right? And so you don't. There's no. You can work in customized scope and sequence, but they're erring on the side of having more, right? So you basically would make sure that you've addressed all the standards, and then you would work from there. Yeah.
So you get little tiny books for each.
For each big idea or for each
Like
standard?
it wouldn't just
or-
be Earth Life or.
Yeah,
space, it
that's
would
right.
be-
Right. You're getting. There's a set of these if you wanted to do it in print and digital, right? So you would have multiple books that they would use during the year. Yeah.
Remember the old ones?
Yeah.
The really big.
Yeah, exactly. I am struggling to find, I'm looking for the student edition, but I have some. Other questions? Yes? All right, Ryan, I think I'm going to stop there. But if anyone has any questions, I'll be here, right here. And I have other print samples as well.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Because I see questions, I just don't see content.
and let them walk you through their product.
Thank you. Welcome, everyone. Welcome. It's a pleasure to have been invited here today to share STEMscope Science Florida with you. My name is Megan Williams, and I am the Regional Sales Director for the East Coast. And joining me today, we have Michelle Farrow, our academic specialist. Also listed, you'll see Krista Stringfellow. She is your main point of contact for STEMscope.
Good morning, everyone.
All right, quick show of hands. How many of you are familiar with STEMscope Science? Okay, from a while back. Okay, keep your hands up. Use it in the anyone use it in the classroom? Okay, older stuff.
What's already in the
Yeah.
That's muted. You can hit the bottom button over that. I'm sorry.
Okay. Good. Okay. So, Math Nation. Okay. So, these are two of our STEM products underneath our company, Accelerate Learning. So I wanted to start out with a quick story so that you better understand our why, the reasons behind what it is that we do, right? So Accelerate Learning got started as professional learning. It was professional learning that a group of teachers, science experts, and professors came together and said, what can we do to improve science instruction? What's needed? What does that need to look like in the classroom? And they looked at research and found, probably similar to what you all already know, that it's all about hands-on instruction, right? Giving kids opportunities to experience the science. And the feedback from the teachers that engaged in this professional development was really positive, but what they said was they didn't have resources at the time to support that type of teaching and learning. And so that's when our team got started writing our STEMscopes science curriculum. And what I'm here to share with you today is our all new for the 2024 science adoption STEMscopes Florida Science. So this is based on many years of feedback. Some of you shared that you have seen STEMscopes in the past, so feedback from your colleagues across the state that are currently using STEMscope Science. We have a new experience for the 2024 adoption, including 100% alignment to the Florida State Academic Standards for Science, a brand new digital platform, which I'm going to take you through today. And then after today's presentation, you'll be able to log in as well. You can see everything kindergarten through grade 12. I know we have middle school in here today, but you'll be able to kind of take a deep dive at that digital platform. A couple of things that are new is engaging phenomena. We're actually going to experience that phenomena together today. And then, you know, some of the things that you're already familiar with, the progress monitoring, the built-in differentiation, and the core, the heart of everything we do, built for teachers, by teachers. So over here on the side of the room, Michelle is going to be jotting this down, but I wanted to hear from you all. I wanted to hear what each of you is focused on for this curriculum adoption. So just quick shout out, a couple of, you know, what do you want to see so that I can make sure that I tailor today's presentation to those specific aspects?
Integrated nature of science.
Okay, integrated nature of science. So not just focusing on the content standards, but also the nature of science standards embedded within teaching, okay?
If we do hands-on, it needs to be affordable hands-on, because a lot of this is coming out of our money, not the students.
Okay, so cost effectiveness of the hands-on kits, activities. Yes.
Online resources and like the access for students.
Okay, online resources, both teachers and students. Yes?
Assessments, like the quick little where we at right now, as well as the in-depth, you know, it's pinpointing exactly where we're at, where we need to go, where our issues are, how many, this, that, the other.
Okay, so lots of different resource or assessment options, from formative assessment to kind of end of chapter, end of course. Okay, over here, and then I'll come over here.
ELL resources.
Okay, English language learner supports. Yes.
And it's editable.
editability. All right, anything else? Okay, yes.
Along with the ELL differentiation.
Okay, differentiation for like different tiers.
Higher tiers, yes.
Okay. So tiered support. All right, anything else? Yes, one more.
These middle schoolers' attention, you know,
Mhm.
because we're doing a song and dance up there, and it's nice to have a little partner, you know, and that's your curriculum to help you out with some of that.
Okay, engaging for students, giving teachers the resources they need to keep students engaged.
5E alignment.
5E alignment. All right, well, I think this is a pretty good list. And some of those...
They know what they want.
Some of those items that you mentioned over here are also on kind of the key components, kind of the core of what I do in every presentation. But I'm also going to make sure, well, Michelle and I, before the end of today's presentation, that we kind of highlight each of the items that you listed on your checklist of what you would love to have in your dream middle school curriculum. So standards alignment, both content standards and nature of science standards, and we want that embedded within instruction. So with STEM Scopes Science Florida, we teach that both explicitly. There's a scope or chapter that you can kind of focus on those nature of science, and then we also embed that in each of our scopes and chapters, and I'll show you that in just a few minutes. 5E instruction, I heard that, so thank you. I'm glad that you brought that up so that I could check it off on my list. So it is built on that constructivist approach to teaching and learning, 5E, and we're going to take a look at how the resources are all arranged accordingly. Hands-on instruction, differentiation. So you all mentioned supports for your English language learners as well as tiered support. So really being able to pull different resources and supports so that all of the students in our classrooms have access to the science curriculum. You'll also notice that everything is available English and Spanish for students. It's an easy toggle between the English and Spanish, and then all of the student-facing resources, all of the print materials are also available in Spanish. Assessments, we talked a little bit about that, but I'm going to show you kind of the wealth of assessments. We're actually going to start out by experiencing the formative assessment that we introduce each scope with. So we'll take a look at that. We also have pulse checks throughout, opportunities for students to reflect on their own learning, and then we'll talk about our assessment package that includes both beginning of year, end of year assessments, and an additional bank of test items. So lots of assessments available. And then taking a look at the flexibility of print and digital resources. So what I wanted to start today with was to give you kind of a brief experience of STEM Scopes and what it would look like for students when they get started. So this is just a landing page because I wanted to kind of contextualize where we're going to go together today. So noticing up at the top of the screen that green Scopes button, that's where you're going to find all of your curriculum. So when you first log in, you'll go to the green Scopes button. You'll find all of the grades over on the left-hand side of the page. You'll choose the grade level that you'd like to view, whether it's physical science or space science, life science, or if you teach those advanced courses, those are options available for you too. And again, in just a few moments, we're going to go in and explore the digital side together. But once you select your grade level, all of the content for that grade level is going to load in there, and each of those tiles is a different scope, what we call scope, or you could think of as chapter. So we're going to look together today at kinetic and potential energies. Oh, before I do that, I've got to introduce the activity that we're going to do. So to begin each and every scope, there's two types of assessment. One is accessing prior knowledge, so that's a quick activity that you can engage your students in. It's going to give you some great formative assessment data so you know where your students are with their current understanding of the content and how much differentiation you're going to need to pull in to really support them with their thinking. The second assessment is a 5-question multiple choice assessment. So we're going to look at both of those. So I've modified this activity a little bit based on time, but the basics of what we're going to do, I'm going to give you 2 statements. And you're going to show me on your fingers, 1 being I disagree, 5 being I agree, where you are with your understanding of that statement. Does that make sense? Okay, You ready to go? All right, here's the first statement. Potential energy is stored energy, while kinetic energy is the energy of motion. 1, disagree, 5, agree. So everyone show me on their hands. Okay, so as a teacher, I can quickly look around and see where my students are. Now, if I see a lot of people kind of like looking at their neighbors, that might be a good indication to me that maybe we're not so sure where we need to be with this one. All right, let's look at another one. A toy car on a ramp that is 5 inches high will experience more kinetic energy than a toy car on a ramp that is 10 inches high. 1, disagree, 5, agree. All right. So within a minute, really, I was able to do a quick assessment with all of you to see where you were with your current understanding of the content. In addition to that activity, we also provide you with a multiple choice assessment. So you can assign this to students digitally. If they take it digitally, the system will grade it for you, and then you'll be able to use that data to inform your instruction. You can also assign it paper, pencil. So that's that flexibility that's built within the curriculum. All right. And that's just a kind of an example of what we just covered. So within Engage, we covered the pre-assessment and accessing prior knowledge, that quick activity. And we're going to deep dive into what that looks like in the teacher side in just a few moments. But I wanted you to have that experience of, you know, as a teacher, you're starting everything out with data, being able to use that data to then inform your instruction. Did you have a question?
Presentation, but are there more of those per knowledge questions than just a few? Is there a large bank of them to pull from?
For the APK?
Yeah.
Yeah, there's more. I just picked a couple of them. Yeah. Yeah, we'll take a deeper look at that. I just wanted you all to kind of experience what it felt like as a student. Next, you'll find our scope phenomenon. So each and every scope, this is how you're introducing the new content to students. You're going to have a phenomena, which is a video image that you'll be able to share with them to get them thinking, to get them asking questions, to get them wondering. And this is something that you're going to be revisiting throughout instruction, so students are able to connect, link their understanding throughout time. And we're going to take a look at this. So again, the purpose of this is just to get them thinking, get them wondering, get them to start asking questions that we'll be exploring as we move throughout the scope. And along with that, in the student notebook, there's also questions that you could provide to them. So again, that flexibility that's built within, so you could have students complete them in their student notebook, or it could be something that you could have as a facilitated discussion. While we're talking about print, Michelle, can you help me out over here?
Absolutely.
I'm going to have Michelle hold up the printing kit. Everyone received a bag with physical materials in it? Yes, okay, perfect.
And am I correct in thinking that your earth, life, physical, the order? Okay.
Okay. So the first tool is going to be the student notebook. So this is a consumable piece. This is what students would be writing, right? We looked at that phenomena page that was in there, so that's how each chapter opens up. All of your Explore activities, so all of your lab activities, your hands-on and your virtual explorers will be in here. And then finally, the STEMscopedia, which is our textbook, we also provide opportunities for students to be processing the text within that notebook itself. Lots of interactive science notebook pages. Do you all use interactive science notebooks? Okay, so those are great pages to be able to pull to help students deepen their understanding. They're great for homework, and all of that's built within the student notebook.
And this is just a soft cover. It is going to be hardcover.
So we haven't gotten to the STEMscopedia yet.
I thought we did.
Hold on.
Excuse me.
Hold on.
I'm ahead of the game here. This is what she was in.
So next we're talking about the STEMscopedia, which is what Michelle was sharing. So that is a hardbound book. That's your textbook, right? It's also available digital for you and for your students, but that's, you can think of as that student reference book. So both of those pieces should be in your bags that you received.
Would the student notebook also be available digitally?
Yeah, everything's available. Remember, digital platform, and then we also provide printing kits for that flexibility of use.
Everything's available digital.
Yep. So you get to decide as the teacher how you want to deliver instruction. And then the hands-on kits. So we provide materials lists, right? But we also do have the hands-on kits, and really this is for ease of use of customers.
I apologize, Megan. I am a hot mess today.
So the hands-on kits, so it'll be boxed similarly to the box on the floor. And within that, you will have
it's adding some humor today.
Bags inside, and it'll tell you listed on the bags exactly what the
why.
material is. So it's meant to be ease of use, pull the bag out, be able to gather the materials.
I appreciate
each kit.
I'm very doubtful that makes
Okay, well that's good clarification. So again, you do also have the master materials list. That'll be provided for you. And the hands-on kit handbook is available digitally. So you can access all of those things in the digital site and decide what materials that you'll need to use. And that was really built to help with that planning for if you're using the kit or if you are sourcing the materials on your own.
several teachers do the NDI grants. They've bought the textbook kits before, or your classroom money and that kind of thing, but it's not part. But the list is, and that's great.
Yeah, and the goal of the hands-on is not to have materials that you know would be hard for you to source, but really things that you would have around the classroom. Michelle and I are going to do an activity with you a little bit later on today to show you, right? It's not meant to be, fancy equipment, but like how can you demonstrate these things for kids with easy to find materials?
Yeah, easy to find, dollar store type in most cases, except for those specialized scientific equipment pieces, which most schools, your labs would have.
Yes, sir.
Are these kits built like you buy one kit, it's a classroom size kit, or is it you have to buy a whole bunch of these little bits to build a classroom kit?
So hands-on kit is all of the reusable and consumable items for a class of 32, and then we do also sell the supplemental kits that's the reusable items. So that's how the kits are built. Yes.
So the text or the STEMscopedia, is it a consumable one, or is it just we have that same one?
That would be like, that would be like your text book. It's a hardbound book. Yeah.
So it's not interactive. The kids can't write in it.
They would right. This is a hardcover.
They would write in the
They would write in this
notebook.
one. This is the hardcover, which I know.
Okay.
Yeah.
Handbook, textbook.
You get one of these every year per student for the life of the adoption.
So it's kind of information in one, activities in the other.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah. And they kind of go hand in hand because we have, like Megan was talking about, it's very interactive. We have these stop and drop opportunities, a little notebook icon to signal to the students, hey, I need to go in my science notebook and answer this question.
Yeah, so really helping them like deepen in their processing skills within the student notebook. All right, and then based on teacher feedback, we've also now included a print full teacher guide. And so the focus of that print piece is not just, here's everything that you're going to be doing, but giving you that space to plan, giving you that space to reflect on instruction. Do you all teach, I'm assuming, multiple sections, right? Right, so being able to say, okay, this is what I did in this class, this is how I would change it up for the next class, and being able to use that as your guide. So that is the print teacher guide. I also have a quick screen share of what it's going to look like digitally, and then we'll dive in, but wanted to share that with you. So once you log in, again, you're going to go to the green Scopes button at the top of the page. Then you'll select the grade levels that you want to view. And then we're going to look today at kinetic and potential energies. And once you click on that scope, that's going to take you into that main landing page. You can see the content standard that we're covering, all of your essential questions, your student learning objectives. Up at the top, you have your 5E instructional model: engage, explore, explain, elaborate, evaluate. And then you'll notice, what did we add in there? Yes. IA, intervention and acceleration. So you get to the end of teaching and you still have a group of students that may need additional support. You can pull small group instruction. And then you also have different types of extension activities to help students to extend their thinking after you complete the scope. So that's kind of the basic layout of that 5E instructional model. And we're going to go in just a minute. We're going to explore all of those resources together. And then over on the side, you'll see your digital teacher guide, right? So you've got your standards planning. That's where I like to kind of start out, gives you a great scope overview. And then if you scroll down, you'll be able to see the content standards that you're covering, the nature of science standards, your related access points. So kind of giving you that big picture look for planning for that scope. Over on the side of the page, those three kind of dashes, I guess, that is your content menu. So if you click there, you can see all of the resources available under that standards planning. So really helping you deepen your understanding of the standards that you're going to be covering, but also having that alignment to your math standards, your ELA standards, your English language learner standards. So if I wanted to click on, let's say, the I CAN statements, it'll just show me the I CAN statements that I can use with my students to help them understand the standard that we're going to be focusing on in the scope. Teacher background, this is great for new teachers or teachers that may have taught earth and space science last year and now they're teaching physical science. So that's just going to give you, as the teacher, a place where you can go to deepen your understanding of the content prior to teaching. You can also use it as a reference, throughout. So there's visual images, graphics, but again, teacher background is for you, the teacher. A couple of other resources. There's a planning guide, so helping you understand, okay, what resources can you do on day 1, day 2. There's different question prompts from Bloom's taxonomy and Webb's depth of knowledge that you can use as formative assessment probes throughout instruction. Once you set up your planner, all of your plans will show up here on that main landing page. And then science outside the classroom. And when we dive into the platform, I'm going to show you that in just a minute. But that's a great school-to-home connection. All right. With an adoption of STEMscope Science, we're also including STEMscope Streaming, which is our partnership with BBC Learning. So this is a curated collection of additional media resources that you can pull from based on those different bodies of knowledge. So earth and space, life, physical, the nature of science, and it's just going to give you an additional set of resources to be able to use there to really spark some interesting discussions with your students. Yes, sir?
Know if the news articles are gauged by Lexile levels at all?
They are not by Lexile levels. They're put in there just from what the BBC article would be. So that's the curated collection, and then there's also another section that's going to do current events in the news. I know none of you mentioned current events, but oftentimes that's one of the questions I get asked, like, how are we connecting this? How are we making this real world for our students? I guess thinking about engagement. Yes, sir?
I remember previously, like, the STEMscope specific reading sections did have Lexile levels on them. Do they still have that on, like, the ones that STEMscope makes?
Yeah, we're going to go in and take a look at that in just a minute. All right, so let's look at the features, and then let's dive into the digital curriculum. I want to make sure you all have a full understanding. So after today's presentation, you can go in, whether you're earth and space, life, or physical science teacher, and really look at your own specific content. So some of the features that I wanted to point out, we talked about English and Spanish, so it's just a simple toggle of a button to translate everything on the page into Spanish, and that's something that either teachers or students will be able to do. Yes?
Is it just Spanish and English, or is there?
At this point, it's just Spanish and English, but one of the features of this platform, why we moved to this platform, is we would eventually love to add some additional languages. So Michelle is writing down Portuguese as being a need.
Okay,
here.
Portuguese and Russian. Okay.
Russian. Ukrainian.
We have a new student from India.
Okay.
And he's learning English.
So lots of different languages. So ideally, one day we'll all just be able to access any language for the students that are in front of us in the classroom. But at this time, we do have a lot of language supports built in so that you can utilize those supports with a student that has come to us from India and is learning English in the classroom. All right, just wanted to share with you all of our rostering and integration options. So what we usually recommend is our tech team will get together with your tech team and talk about your specific digital ecosystem here at Okaloosa, and then they can support that through our rostering and integration options. All right, a quick look at the student platform. So we have an all-new student experience. Students will be able to log in, they'll click on the scope that they want to focus on, and from there they'll be able to see all of their assignments. Once they complete their assignments, it'll be graded for them. And we've made grading even easier for you all, right? Knowing that you teach multiple sections, we've given lots of flexibilities in the way that you grade. So you can grade by individual student or question, you can grade by one class or all classes at once. So that's the functionality with that, grading made easier for you all. And then with the assessment package, I think I touched a little bit about this at the beginning of today's presentation, but this is thinking like holistically, right? So you have both a beginning of year and end of year assessment for each grade level, along with an additional bank of test items that includes some tech enhanced questions that you'll be able to pull from to make your own assessments.
Yeah, and something really exciting as a teacher myself, where are our 8th grade teachers in the room, our physical science? Okay, so as we know, the grade 8 statewide science assessment assesses all 6th, 7th, and 8th grade benchmarks. Our beginning of the year and end of year assessments not only include your physical science benchmark questions, it includes those earth and space and life science questions. So you can do our beginning of year assessment as a baseline in August, know where they're at, embed and plan throughout the year where you're going to integrate and remediate those other those areas of weakness. So they're wonderful, wonderful assessments. Same thing with the end of the year.
For 7th grade, like, so we can have a pre-test that is 6th grade that they should know from the year before, and then.
Well, you would have access to our platform to all.
6th grade anyway.
You would have 6th grade, 7th grade, and 8th grade access, so you could modify, you could use, find resources, anything there, you would be able to access that.
Okay. Yep. All right, so let's go ahead and log into the digital platform.
Quick question while you're on that page.
Yeah. Oh, back on that page?
Well, that's okay. You can sit on that one.
Okay.
Great. When we click the grade, if I click 8th grade, is it only going to give me the 8th grade energy standards, or will it give me the 6th grade, 7th grade, and 8th grade? Because right now, that's the way I have to teach.
Right, so you're physical science. So you're going to be getting all of the physical science questions that align to your course.
And standards?
Yes, your standards.
Okay, so that would be 6th, 7th, and 8th.
Right, physical science for you. Right, correct.
So you all have login information or will be receiving login information. Michelle's going to go over that at the end of today's presentation. Once you log in, you're going to click on that green Scopes button. Remember, Scopes is like our chapters. And then you'll select the grade level that you want to view. So if you purchase 6th, 7th, and 8th grade, you all have access to 6th, 7th, and 8th grade resources. So taking a look down here, we have our Earth and Space, our Life, and our Physical, and then also those advanced courses. So you decide which course, based on the courses that you teach, that you want to take a look at after today's presentation. Again, we're taking a look at middle school physical science. A couple of other scopes that are loaded in here. We have some Start Here videos. So let's say you forgot everything I told you after today's presentation. You can go in there, and so there's some videos that'll kind of walk you through the platform and show you some of the highlights of things that are coming to the platform very soon. You also have your Nature of Science scopes. So again, teaching it explicitly through the scope, and then it's also embedded throughout instruction. So these are all of your scopes or chapters for middle school physical science. We're taking a look at kinetic and potential energy. And that landing page should look very familiar to you because that's what I shared with you just a moment ago, right? So all of your resources for Engage, Explore, hands-on and virtual explorations for each and every scope. Explain, there's your STEMscopedia, the digital version of it, which will have all of those features and functionalities you would want of a digital textbook, right? Going in and highlighting, text-to-speech, being able to put in comments, right? So making it more of that interactive experience for students digitally. Elaborate, these are all of your opportunities to differentiate instruction. Okay, we're going to take a look at some of those together today. Evaluate is our assessments, and then we talked about IA or intervention and acceleration. So that's the layout, whether I'm in earth and space, life, or physical science, and really all the way through the kind of grade levels. So we've already taken a look at a lot of these resources, but I wanted to just quickly go back to that science outside the classroom, in case we do have some community members on today. So this is a great school-to-home connection. It's going to provide you and your parents, right, something that you can send to them so that they can view this, a look at the standard. It's going to give them an overview, background knowledge. In addition, you'll also have all of the vocabulary, and then there's a quick activity that they can do at home if they choose to do that. Is that me, the feedback? Oh, okay. I'm like, I think I broke it. So quick activity, and then over here in your files, that's where that would live. So if you wanted to send that to your parents so that they would have a good understanding of what you were covering in that scope or chapter. So that's that science outside the classroom resource. So Engage, we did the pre-assessment, and I showed you, we did the APK, and I showed you that pre-assessment. I want to show you what the instruction looks like for you as the teacher. So kind of big picture with the content menu, right? You're going to have your description, any materials, so that includes any of the worksheets that you would be able to pull from, all of your preparation, your procedure and facilitation points, and then we're going to take a look at some of those other supports that are built in just a moment. So if I wanted to see the what it looks like for students digitally to complete that assessment, I'll be able to see that. And again, that's something that I can assign to them digitally. If they complete it digitally, the system will grade it for them. Or you also have that paper pencil in addition to the resources that I shared today. So we took a look at the presentation slides. So you see there's a number of different slides that you can pull from to kind of quickly gauge students' knowledge. You can also see those here if you wanted to just give it to students as a handout or to have something in front of them so that they could see that sliding scale. And that's the activity modified that we did together today. Okay, so back over here. So you get this data back, and you're like, well, what do I do with it, right? So one of the reasons why we do formative assessment before instruction is we want to know what the kids know, but we also want to know as a teacher, like, how does that help us in identifying, the supports that they need? So identifying misconceptions is going to give you the place to go to be able to understand the data that you got back from your students. So for example, that prompt 1, students may be confused between potential and kinetic energy. That may be something that you need to clear up, which is potential, which is kinetic. So giving you that identifying misconceptions, and then differentiation is always built right in there at point of view. So you have all of your tiered intervention strategies, tier 1, tier 2, tier 3, along with your language acquisition supports for beginner, immediate, advanced high. So it's going to give you different scaffolds, different resources that you can pull from to be able to differentiate for your language learners, to be able to differentiate for tiered support. With our scope phenomena, it's me and the mouse. With our scope phenomena, again, all of the resources built in. There's that video, so you can share it whole class. You can also assign it out to students along with their questions. So it really depends on the way that you want to facilitate that activity. But the goal of the phenomenon is to give students something to anchor their thinking to. And then finally, under engage, we talked about different types of assessments. This is one for students to reflect on their own learning. So digital or paper, pencil. So they'll be filling in those I can statements, and then before instruction, pulse check, so about halfway through, they're rating themselves. So rating how they feel with their understanding of the content and how that's kind of changing over time. Yes?
When you say like assign out to students, so, like the video, can they see that through like Google Classroom? I saw was one of your things on there. Can you do it through that, or do they have to go through STEMscope specific platform?
Yeah, so it depends on the way that your digital ecosystem is built, set up, what that looks like. But however they would log in at Okaloosa to access digital resources, they would just take it there.
Through
ClassLink, it sounds like. All right, explore. So this is our lab activities. This is our hands-on, our virtual explorations, right? So for each and every scope, you're always going to have at least one hands-on and one virtual exploration. You may have more, kind of depending on the standards that you're covering. So we're going to take a look at this energy stations one together. So students are going to be exploring, comparing gravitational, elastic, chemical, and kinetic energy. And I thought it would be fun to do a hands-on activity, but we're going to modify it a little bit. So Michelle's going to come up here and she's going to help me facilitate, but I need one more person who wants to volunteer.
Come on.
Okay.
Oh, great.
Thank you. Thank you. So I'm going to turn it over to Michelle. We get to put on some safety goggles today.
All right, and I think we better do it over here, Megan.
Okay.
And I'm going to give a disclaimer. You two are in our testing area, so at your own risk. I just want you to know. Just like our middle school students, right? So, as Megan mentioned, this Explore does have multiple stations. We're going to be modifying Station 2 just as a demo, but they would be doing this in the classroom. So what I have here is I have a meter stick, I have a rubber band, and I have safety glasses, and we always want to be safe. Oh, you have glasses, I think you'll be fine. I'm sorry, I didn't even, it's okay, you could do that. And so what I'm going to be doing is, and think about what we've done so far, what Megan has walked you through so far with this scope with kinetic and potential energies. Some of us who teach physical science right now know what I'm going to be doing, or it can infer what I'm going to be doing. So what I'm going to be doing is I'm going to be taking this rubber band, and what's your name?
Jared.
Jared is going to be holding the meter stick. Could you hold that for me like this, Jared? Thank you. Okay. And I'm going to be putting pressure on it, so you make sure you got a good hold on that. I'm pretty strong. I know I don't look it. And I'm going to be pulling, I'm going to put the rubber band on the end here, and I'm going to be stretching it to 30 centimeters. So right now, predict, what do you think is going to happen to the rubber band if I pull it to 30 centimeters and let go?
We're going to hit Amy.
Okay, so aim it not at Amy or Tammy. All right, so I'm going to pull it back and... Okay, Megan, would you mind marking that spot for us?
Sure.
Okay, 1 second. So now you observed as I pulled back the rubber band to 30 centimeters, it landed right here on the blue X mark. Okay, so now I'm going to be pulling it to 50 centimeters. What do you think is going to happen? Tell me.
It's going to go farther.
You think it's going to go farther. Does anyone think anything else? You think it's going to break? Okay. Any other? Okay, so let's go ahead and let's see what happened. Okay, we're not aiming, Jared.
She gave us a target.
Oh my. All right. Okay, thank you, Jared. I'm going to take this away from you. And so now on the green tape, you will see that the second rubber band, if you can't see that way over there in the front, it landed all the way back here, whereas the 30 centimeters was right here. So what did you observe as I pulled back the rubber band? What happened? What do you think happened?
It got harder to pull back.
Okay.
Amount of potential energy increase.
Storage of more energy.
Okay, so there's storage of more energy. So when I pulled it back to 30 centimeters, did I have stored energy, potential energy? Yes. And you saw where it landed. And we would actually measure it. We just did it quickly here, just with two different colors of tape.
He just went further because he aimed up.
It could be user error, right? Could be user error. So we would have to conduct this investigation multiple times, right? Not just one time. Correct. And then by pulling it back 50 centimeters, then we had more, and I heard others say more stored or potential energy. So that's just a quick little modified activity that is one of those stations Megan shared with you earlier.
Thanks, Michelle.
You're welcome.
So similar, if we wanted to be able to see kind of the setup for that scope or for that activity, over here under the content menu, you'll notice you'll have your description, all of the materials that you may need for the activity, the preparation, the activity itself. We connect to the vocabulary, and then making connections, that's going to tie it back to the phenomena. Right? Remember, the phenomena is kind of that anchoring event, and that's something that we're going to be revisiting throughout instruction. Then down here, again, point of use, differentiation for tiered intervention, and language support. So it's something that you can assign to your students digitally, and that will go out through your ecosystem of ClassLink, or you can assign it to them as a PDF. You can have it on the screen, or this is also in their student notebook, right? Their lab book, so that they can record their thinking there, and those are the different lab activities that we're taking a look at. So in addition to the hands-on activity, we also provide a virtual exploration, and this is something that students can use to deepen their understanding of the content. So in this one, they're going to be able to explore potential and kinetic energy and be able to see, we'll do this one because it has the archery again, be able to see kind of that conservation of energy with potential and kinetic energy depending on where you are in either pulling it all the way back, most potential energy, and letting it fly, and then that kinetic energy increasing.
Is there anything that they answer with that if they're doing the virtual exploration, so I'm just saying, is there anything that they're answering that the teacher can see how they're doing, or is it just a video that they're playing kind of thing?
No, it's also in your, same as we just talked about, it would be in the student notebook.
There's a lab sheet for all our explorers, virtual
But I
explorers.
think what she was asking is, if she only wanted to do it virtually, can they answer virtually and not have a paper option? The teacher will get the
It's right there.
Yeah, everything's all right in there. So make sure you scroll down when you go in and take a look at it, because you can see all of the pages, and you can also see them in your student notebook. So it just kind of depends on the way that you want that to flow. Sometimes it might be, hey, we're going to do this whole class and we're going to explore this together, and you all could be working in groups, right, and have a recorder and different roles. So it just depends on the way that you want to deliver that instruction. Next we have Explain. You all said that you do use interactive science notebook pages, so that's going to give you a big picture look at all of the interactive science notebook pages that are available. Great for homework, great for really helping students to process that content, and those are going to go along with your Explore activities. And the STEMscopedia, which is the digital textbook. Once we have digitized that, that's when the students will have access to all of the features and functionality of a digital text, but right now, just wanted to show you that STEMscopedia. Michelle pointed out those notebook, right? Those are what we call stop and jots, and those are opportunities for students to stop, process what they're reading in their student notebook.
So the textbook is not online yet, like being able to do audio and all that stuff?
Not at this time, no. That should be available very soon.
Yeah, and like our current product, we have it. We definitely do that. It's just you're.
So would it be by the time it was purchased?
Oh, of course.
Oh, yes.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes. That's a great question. About our
Sound like
tech.
it's in the works,
Yeah.
you know, kind of.
Our
Not
textbook
in the works, in the works.
It's
done.
Right now it's just showing as a PDF, but when they see it, it'll be where they can
all
annotate.
of your picture vocabulary. So the goal with picture vocabulary is not just giving them access to the words, but how are you giving them opportunities to engage with the words, right? And you guys shared that, hey, we got to keep them engaged. So there's different, there's slides that are built in, there's interactive word wall activities that you can pull from, and different types of vocabulary games. So giving them lots of opportunities to practice and respond using those words. And then finally, you'll note that pulse check. So that's going to be another 5-question multiple assessment that you can do, gauge where your students are, and then based on that data, know how deep you're going to need to go with differentiation and being able to pull different resources under Elaborate to support that differentiation. So content connection videos, so you can assign these out to students. So anytime you see those 2 student buttons, you can see what the student side looks like. So they would get the video, and then they could answer all of their questions there. You could do it whole group, whole class. It's great for subs. Yes, sir?
So you're saying with this platform, us as the educator, if we click on that student, we see what the student view is?
Yeah, you'll see the resource that you can assign out to the students. Yep.
And it'll show us exactly what the student is seeing?
Yes.
Okay. What we have with some of our platforms now is, like, some of the stuff, I have to log in as a student to see what the student will actually see, because all I see is the teacher view.
Got it. Well, I can show you 2 things. So when we get to the end, I'll go back and show you that kind of option too. But this is what it would look like if you assigned it out to students. You would just click this button, choose the class that you wanted to receive it. It's hard to see that side of the screen. So we're going to assign it to my class. And then I'll show you what that looks like. But this is like the student view of it if you were to assign it digitally. But I think I know what you're talking about with the impersonate. So let me show you what that looks like as well. So different options. Science connection, technology connection, and engineering connection. These are great application types of activities that you can pull from. This engineering connection one is great because it's asking students to, at home or at school, be able to set up some of these potential and kinetic energies. What would your demonstration of it look like? Remember we showed them one example with the rubber band. There was multiple other stations, so they're going to explore that as well in that engineering connection. Math connection, science today, that's through Associated Press, so those are going to be more current event types of resources. Writing science, so giving writing prompts to students. There's another virtual experience. Do y'all use PhET?
Yes.
Okay, so these are PhET that's built right into the platform. So this, I don't know, has anyone used the skate park one? It's amazing when you're talking about potential and kinetic energy because you can really slow down what's happening and kind of have that conversation about, okay, where are we seeing potential energy? Where are we seeing kinetic energy?
Off the screen, yeah. Kids love it when you jump off the screen.
Oh, I haven't.
Yeah, if you set the velocity a little bit higher, it goes off screen.
Yeah, great way to engage kids. Great way to engage them. And then we also have, are you all familiar with TUVA? TUVA Data Literacy?
No.
All right, well, let me just show you this. So PhET simulations, let's do one from Earth and Space Science. So PhET has all of these real life data sets from like CDC, NASA, NOAA, because we know students, I would say adults too, we often struggle with data literacy. So this is giving students access to real life data sets that they can go in and explore. I'm not good with this mouse. Okay, there we go. So here, here is the data set right? And they'll be able to go in and manipulate that. Let me make it a little smaller so you can see the whole thing, right? So being able to drag and drop different things to the X and Y axis. So that is all, these, what is?
It's Tuva.
No, this is Tuva data literacy. Yeah. So this is giving you access to real life data sets. So these are tropical storms, hurricanes from 2002 all the way through 2015. So looking at that, we can't really make a lot of claims, right? It looks like there's a lot of variability within the storms. But then I can go in and I can be more specific in terms of the storm type. I can take a look at just the hurricanes, right? So it's giving you the ability to manipulate data, for students to manipulate data. I know the question was asked about, well, is there handouts and activities that go along with it? Yes, but they have the same features and functionalities that you do here on that screen. So I wanted to show you that.
But when we pull up the platform, it's not, we're not going to see Tuva. It's going to be just under virtual experience.
Right, and then the description up above, it'll say Tuva data set. If Megan just scrolled up a little bit, it'll say, see, guided inquiry using a Tuva Davis data set.
Yeah.
And the same thing for FET.
Yeah, everything's built here within the platform. You're not leaving the site. It's
Yeah.
all...
I just wanted to know where I would find
Got it.
on
Virtual experience. Yes. Are you an Earth and Space Science teacher?
No, I'm live. What you got for live?
Life.
What you got for live?
All right. Well, we can, Michelle actually did an alignment, and she can send that over to the district so that you can quickly
Oh,
go
to
in
see
and-
what Tuva and FET we have? Is that what you were asking? Okay. I just did that, yep.
While you've got that there, can I go ahead and ask, so like where it
Yeah.
says advanced on all your buttons over there on the left?
Uh-huh.
So those are true course standards that are included, the 912 standards that are in
Yes.
the advanced. Oh, thank you very much.
Yes.
Not working time. Not for you guys, but just in
Mhm.
general.
Okay, so elaborate.
The one thing, Megan, not to interrupt, someone asked about the, our Lexile reading passages. So the reading science, just wanted to make sure we showed them that under elaborate. And so you would find them under those reading science, and you find them both on level and below level. Do you see that in the upper right-hand corner? Okay.
So that'll be elaborate reading science. You'll be able to find that there.
Can I assign the on levels or below levels to different students specifically?
Yep.
Beautiful.
Yes.
And digitally, not just to print it out.
Right, digitally.
Correct. All right, underneath evaluate, 2 types of assessments. CER, do you guys do claim evidence reasoning with your students? Okay, so they'll be given some data, they'll have to make a claim, support it with evidence, and give their reasoning. You also have a scope assessment. And that is going to be a 10-question assessment. In addition to multiple choice questions, I just want to scroll down here for you. We also have technology enhanced questions. So not just, multiple choice, but you've got multiple select. So they would select 2 correct answers, hot spots, being able to take data, do part A, part B, fill in the blank, and then some short constructed response. So that is the 10-question assessment, scope assessment. Yes?
I just want to go back to what you had. Can we, you said we could assign students on level or below level. Is there a way to permanently select so you don't have to do it every single time?
Yes, yes. That's in our intervention tab. When you go to assign, you can assign and make groups of students. So you could have different intervention groups. Okay. Yeah, you can set it up and you can change it throughout the year. Okay. Yeah.
So small group instruction, so we get to the end, we do our assessment. I'll come right back to you. When we get to the end, we do our assessment. We need to pull small group, so you have small group activities, and then there's another concept attainment quiz. And then over here under acceleration, science, art, and then there's a STEM choice board, which is great for giving students voice and choice in terms of what they want to do to extend their learning. So all of the resources are built in there. So I'm going to go back to my main presentation, and then I know I have a couple of questions from you all. So let's go ahead and go there. Yes?
Can the assessments be in
Yes.
Let's say we just get like whatever the basic adoption is. Does that include the online resources and the book, or what do you, like if our district was like, you get like whatever the lowest level is, what is with that?
No, they would never do that.
So we work with your district to come up with a package that'll work best for you, but the digital platform is our core resource, so just so you all understand that. Yes, sir?
The assessments, the fill in the blank portion, are those graded by the system, or is it like I would have to grade those?
Yeah, so that would be something that you would grade, but we've made it like super easy, so we give you the answer, and then you can just easily go through and see all of the students' responses, so you can be kind of like quick grading. Anything multiple choice, the system will grade it for you. Yes?
What kind of adoption support is there? So if I'm using this and I as a classroom teacher have a question, I've talked to the other teacher at my school, we still don't know the answer and I kind of need it right away.
Yeah.
So what kind of support is there? Is there something online? Is there a person, real life person? Is it for a year? Is it for the adoption? What are we looking at?
Yeah. Well, my next slide.
Great segue.
Was great segue again. Thank you. We consider ourselves a team, right? So remember that everything that we do is built around that heart of professional learning being at the crux of like teaching and learning. So we provide initial implementation training to help you get started, but we really see this as being a team support. And for those of you that have used STEMscopes before, you know that there is a feedback button built in because we want feedback, but all of those other resources that we didn't take a look at today, and Michelle will let you kind of add a little bit, those are gonna have some professional learning, professional development support built in. So if you need an answer right away, we wanna be able to provide that for you. Our goal is that you feel confident in teaching this and that students' outcomes are changing because you're able to use this information in the classroom. Michelle, do you want to share anything else?
Sure.
About
So
PD?
we have professional learning online 24/7 for certain topics, but also that feedback button. You can put in a question, a comment. We also have a help support line. So anytime you have, I know I was a Tammy in my district where I came before here, and that's one of the reasons why I came to this company is because of the customer support and the quality of the program, and I felt I could stand behind this product. So we do provide great customer support.
Right now your middle school math is this company, not STEMscopes, but it's the company.
Accelerate Learning.
Accelerate Learning. That's the Math Nation. Math Nation?
Yep, correct. Yep.
So talk to your math people.
Yes.
All right, so the hardback book.
Uh-huh.
We get a number of those for our contract, okay, and then we don't get any more because they're the hardback books and they're reusable. But we get the other books, the paperback books, every year.
Yes, and that would be, again, a district decision in terms of what you wanted that to look like. So that would be what I would share in your feedback.
So
Yeah.
Tammy, so when we get the hardback book, would it be like I as a teacher would get a class set, or I would get one for each student? I mean, we already know they're gonna get the consumable, and that would be one for each child. But the hardback, is that?
Yeah, I would consider that. I mean, we'll do a price analysis after, but on the 15th when we get back together and discuss what's most likely gonna happen. At least the class set is obviously ideal, but remember all of those STEMscopes are also digital. So they have the digital textbook in all of these platforms, not just STEMscopes. But everybody's got the digital book as well.
Okay.
So when they go home,
So
they
probably
have
class set.
availability of.
So probably class set, or check them out. Yeah, that's what we do.
All right, one last thing, and I know we're at time, but Michelle's going to show you how to access the digital platform and share one other resource that she created for you.
Yes, so in the folder that I handed out earlier today, you will find a card. This card is going to allow you to view the platform that Megan shared with you today. Now, please note, yesterday we had a participant who already had a STEMscopes preview account and set one up, and she wasn't able to recreate what we were showing today. So make sure she had to redo her sign-in, and with this this login. There's two sites that you're going to need to
Yeah,
go
that's
to.
giving you access to our new platform.
new
so please
platform.
create a login so that you have all of the
Make sure
features
you
and
use this.
functionalities.
Right. And then the other thing is, I know how hard it is to complete all of those rubrics. I went ahead and I completed it for you. So if you're looking for something, I've shared with you where it's located. Ease of use, right? Ease of use. Yeah.
Okay. Can I ask a quick question?
Sure.
So, the online book is available, of course, computer, iPad, but is it also available
Yes.
on, okay.
Yes, she asked, it's available on all platforms, a computer, a tablet, a phone.
Will the kids create a username and password, or will that be something that the district would do?
Typically on that, we work with our IT folks, they can roster it, submit a single sign-on. There's always a little-
Well, that way they don't forget it.
A lot of them they do. I want to thank STEM Scopes for their presentation. And so that'll wrap it up, and we're going to take an hour for lunch. We'll have it set up on the back table, and we will reconvene at 12:30. Again, if you guys need to run an errand, get out, get some sunshine, you're welcome to do that. But we'll kick it off again right at 12:30.
Thank you, everyone.
Thanks, everyone.
12:30, so we'll go ahead and get started. So I hope everybody had a good lunch, courtesy of Discovery Education. So I'm going to turn the floor over to them and let them walk you through their product.
Thank you, Ryan. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Dwayne Weber, and I'm a partnership manager with this great rock star team that we have here. So I'll do some quick intros really fast. On lead guitar back here, we have our Vice President at Southeast, it's Brian Harris. And then over here on bass guitar, we have our Director for Florida Partnerships, that's Dan Gamage. Where's lead vocals at? Susan Toto back here, she's also a partnership manager. And we have our drum beat over here that's going to guide you through your presentation today. That's Erica Kovacevic. So we are Discovery Education. And so one of the things, you may not be familiar with this, but when I use that term partnership, it means partnership. We are with you the whole step of the way for the 5 years. It's not just a sell and see you later. We are here for the whole step. As a former science teacher in Collier County and science specialist using Discovery, I can attest to the amount of partnership that Discovery brings to your adoption of our science textbook. Discovery Education has great partnerships with the Animal Planet, Science Channel. So we're able to leverage that content, that great nonfiction content, which makes us the global leader in K-12 standards aligned resources. Other partnerships we have are with corporations, such like NASA. So we had a great opportunity for our students and your students to be live at the Jet Propulsion Lab when that lander, Perseverance, landed on Mars. So students got to experience that live. We also had prior virtual field trips where they were able to send in questions to the scientists and ask them about the Mars lander, as well as the little rover, the helicopter that was on top of it as well. But we also have like Shark Week. Great resources to come in. A lot of people might think, oh, that's just life science. But think how your students can explore sharks in earth science and physical science. And I may have planted a seed. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to Erica for her to take you on a great tour of our Discovery Education Science Textbook.
Thank you, Dwayne, and good afternoon, everyone. We are really excited to be here with you all today. And I'm ready to just show you what Science Textbook for Florida has to offer for you and for your students. And what we really just want to showcase is we know the needs that you have for you and for your students. So we want to just ensure, like, these are some items that you're going to be able to quickly check off on your list, because you're going to see this as we go live through product. Who needs Spanish resources? All right, yes, right? You're going to see, and you all, some of you already have the Spanish student book. So we have it in English and in Spanish, the digital and print. But of course, we have the language translation support in over 100 different languages. Should you need that support, that's available within the textbook. How about hands-on experiences? We're looking for that? Absolutely. We're going to show you what hands-on looks like, Discovery Education style. And then accessibility supports. What about read aloud? Highlighting, right? All of those elements that we need our students to keep them engaged. We're also going to take a look at some elements of supporting you. Because once you partner with Discovery Education, we're partners throughout the entire adoption. We're not just going to let you go, right? We're going to provide a variety of professional learning support that Dwayne's going to talk to towards the end of the presentation. And then we also want to ensure that you see that this is 100% aligned to the Florida standards. You will see that. I know some of you have already been looking in your teacher editions and student editions, and you've probably already seen the alignment here. It's all presented within the books. What's also a great support, assessments. Where are my grade 8 teachers? All right, we know how important it is. You'll see that our assessments are already lined to the test item specs. So we have a nice portfolio of assessment options for you to take a peek at as well. And then finally, just some elements here. You're going to see embedded teacher support. Do y'all have a lot of new teachers? Yes. How nice would it be if we could have just a lot of embedded supports, not only in the print, but think about in the digital, where we have SOS strategies that are McCrell research-based that'll help teachers with implementing video lessons, reading lessons. So you have a lot of different support, differentiation and vocabulary as well. And then these final elements here, print to digital. You'll see as we're going through the student editions, you might have noticed, and in the teacher, the QR codes at the top of the pages. That allows the students, if we want to start whole group in the print, we can go quickly transition to digital if we want the students to respond to the formative assessments, get that live data, just by typing in the code straight from their homepage. And it's done in less than a couple of seconds. And you can also assign it out straight to Canvas. So what exactly is the Discovery Education Science Textbook for Florida? It's an entire package. You see that we have print and digital. We have multiple languages. We also use Canvas, correct? ClassLink, we already integrate. So just think that that seamless integration is already designed for you. Hands-on kits. We have the option, if you'd like, again, saving you time. If I want to go ahead and deliver this hands-on, I'm just going to go to that unit, that concept. I'm going to pull up this bag, and voila, I'm all set up here. They come in bins that are all labeled, ready for you to go. You'll also notice within the hands-on, if we are unable to get the kits, a lot of these resources you're going to find in your classroom. They're really simple items. So it's just a nice support for you in that realm. So without further ado, let's go straight into the textbook so you can all see what this entails for you and for your students. So when you log into the textbook, you're going to be brought to your reviewer landing page. What's nice about this is you have a lot of great resources embedded here for you that you might have an interest in. And then, of course, you can access your course overview right here on this home page. Anybody interested in nature of science? Absolutely, right? That is so important, and as a former Florida science teacher and coach, I definitely understand. So when you click on the nature of science, what we've designed is a beautiful channel for grades 6, 7, and 8, and as well as K-5. And you'll see that you have ready-to-use slideshow lessons. Just think about that. And especially for my 8th grade teachers, look, you can pull back and access the 7th and 6th grade lessons as well. I'm just going to pull up grade 6 if that's okay for you all. The layout and the design is the same, so no matter which grade I'm in, you are all set and covered. So let me just zoom this in a little bit on this piece here. Once you're logged into the science slideshow lessons, what's great about these, there's a lot of embedded teacher supports for you. Right at point of use, you're going to see this cute little notepad. These are going to be your teacher notes. So as we slide through these slideshow lessons, you're going to see all of the supports embedded for teachers for tips on best strategies as well as implementation. All of these are editable. So just think about that. If you want to edit these, just click copy, and just in a couple clicks, you can add more information, add specific questions or media. You can assign this out to Canvas as well. So students can follow along or they can access on their devices. You'll also notice here Immersive Reader, and I'll take a look when I open up one of these slides how that's going to be a great support for students. Anybody familiar with Immersive Reader by chance? Some? A little bit. Okay, cool. Well, then you are in for a treat. So if you don't mind, we're going to take a look at SC6N11. We're going to define a problem and use appropriate reference materials to support scientific understanding and so on. So what does this look like here? So we really want students, of course, to experience these standards, right? And what a great way to have these ready-to-use lessons where they can go ahead and experience in a fun way. Have any of you familiar with like Outrageous Acts of Science, like Mythbusters? Yeah? So you're going to have these fun videos embedded within these lessons that students are going to love because they're really engaging, right? And they're fun. And now here I am in the teacher notes. So now we're starting our lesson here, and notice here how we can set the purpose. We have a time frame for you all, and then we also provide, again, just the direct link to the video. What's nice is because you can easily, if you want to just share this video out, you can easily do that for the students. So we also have a task here. We want students to think about a scientific question that they could investigate, and how would they do that? So have y'all ever made a paper airplane? Right, I'm sure we all have, right? Is anybody really good at it? No, some? Okay, cool. Do you think
from middle school?
Yeah.
Awesome.
Oh, that is so cool. Well, you definitely win the award then on that piece. So we're going to take a look at this paper airplane gun and just kind of just explore a little bit and think about what you're seeing and what you're observing. I'm going to fast forward just a little bit so we get kind of straight to the good stuff.
Me to make 500 paper airplanes for celebration.
I just did it a little too far.
Invention ever. We're in Germany to meet the machine's maker.
I had a small website about paper airplanes, and someone asked me to make 500 paper airplanes for a celebration. And it's too much. So I thought, why not build a machine to create and build these paper airplanes? And then I thought to myself, why not create a gun? Altogether, these are over 1,000 parts.
How is Dieter's device creating paper planes?
To fold the paper, it uses a roller and conveyor belt system.
Dieter starts with flat blank paper and loads it into the back of his gun like an old photocopier.
And some rollers pick it up and feed it into the conveyor belt system. In between each roller are folding devices which precisely carry out one of the 5 different steps in the plane making process.
I have 5 stations. This is the first station, folds the corners in. The next station, flip the sheet back here. Again, flip the corners in, here. And at the last station, the station 5, we create the winglets of the paper airplane. And here we have a smart device to fire.
What do you think? That's pretty cool, right? So, I mean, I have a lot of questions, but think about your students are going to have questions, right? Anybody have a question they want to share?
Did he base off of anything else, or did he come up with the design 100% on his own?
Great question, yeah. Because that was really detailed and intricate, right? Mm-hmm. Yeah.
How long did it take him to build that thing?
How long? Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And are all the airplanes the same? Can you change anything about them?
That is a great question, right? Yeah, if it's different sizes, different folds. So you all just came up with a couple of questions. Your students are going to have a lot of questions, right? And the whole task goal here was for them to come up with these investigative questions, right? Even they might even wonder, like, is it only one specific type of paper? Can it take, different thickness, right?
Why did he pick that design instead of the classic one we know, the long that you learned when you were a kid? The long pointed one instead of that one.
That's a great question, right?
I know why, but they asked that question.
Yeah. And that's something that we want to see, right? We want to hear their inquiry, right? We want to hear their ideas. And then you'll notice here we already have these prompted questions are ready to go for you all. So again, you don't have to create the questions. Great opportunity for students to discuss in teams. And then while we're circulating, maybe these are some sample responses that we're looking for. A great support, especially for a new teacher, right? So just consider how these nature of science lessons will really help students understand, of course, the nature of science and how scientists work and their whole process here. What we also provide is you're going to see these lesson closing. We provide additional strategy support. So how can we get students to summarize what they've learned? Select one of these SOS strategies, easy to implement, and students will be able to go ahead and explain their learning in a really fun way. So now that we've taken a look at the nature of science here, I'm going to let's go ahead into our course. And what does that look like for you all? So once you're logged in, you're going to see the whole ELP format here. So we got the physical, the earth, and the life. You have access to all of this right here on one landing page. So you don't have to log out, log back in to go to earth science. It's all right here for you.
Do any of your teachers or yourselves, do you guys teach multiple courses? Or are you all just, yeah, so multiple courses? So you would have access to all 3 of those courses right within your login.
Yep, saving you time, right? Ease of use. So I'm just going to collapse this menu here if y'all don't mind. And then let's take a look here. You have a lot of supports on your navigational menu. This was one of the needs that teachers have addressed. Like, we want to have everything on our landing page where I don't have to go to different tabs and click here and there. Assessments. Your standards are also presented here. Your course materials. Look at this. You have everything that you need here for correlations, nature of science information, and then within your standards at a glance, these are easily downloadable, but what's also nice, if I can see if I can open it up, this is where you're also going to have your access point support. So if you need that, we have them on the PDF, but you're also going to see them at the lesson point of view. Okay? So 2 different locations to support you with those elements here. So I'm going to take us back to the course page. And then right at the bat, we understand that your students are not all on the same reading level. Am I correct? Because if they were, it would be a dream come true, right? But just consider that within the digital component, that extra support for those students who are not on grade level. they can easily drop it down to reading level B, or you can assign it that way on Canvas, and it's 200 Lexile points lower. Also, just consider with the digital piece, it can read aloud. So again, it's going to increase engagement if students know they have these embedded supports where they can be a part of the conversations. And notice you have that immediate translation to Spanish as well. You'll also find additional supports here to the right menu. But what I really want to highlight is that quick code. You see that? And this is where, when you're in the print book, this is where you'll get that quick code. You'll type it in, and then you'll be able to go directly to the page. So it's just a nice way for, and Dwayne is just an excellent Vanna White here. He is just always on it for me. I am so appreciative. And what this looks like, I'm going to go ahead and just model this here for you. And so we have 6137, and then you'll just easily type this in. And then FLSTB, we're rocking and rolling. Take me there, please. And then we're being redirected, and so now students can easily do that seamless transition from print to digital, okay? And again, you can also just share the link directly from the digital on Canvas as well. So again, you just have multiple opportunities on how you want to change things up for you all. All right, so before we go into the concept and lessons and have some fun, I just want to just go over just a little bit more supports here. That standards link, you can easily find your units if you would like. If you want to just type in a specific topic, and it's going to allow us to go straight to, oops, I think I did the wrong one, sorry. It's going to allow you to go straight to the units. I typed in the incorrect space, friends, sorry about that. And then I need help with typing as well. There we go. It's going to take you straight to the actual courses and concepts that go directly on that topic. So again, it's a nice way just to save you time for what you're looking for. All right, so for our time today, if it's okay with you all, we're going to do physical science, and we're going to do describing motion. Who are my physical science teachers? Awesome. Okay. And Earth and Life, we love you too. Okay? We just want to get you here.
So I should have brought my sapphires.
I know you should have, just for a nice view. So once you're here on your concept homepage, what's really great about the concept homepage is just shows you your pathway. So we're all familiar with 5E? Pretty much, yeah, right? So you're going to see that 5E framework. And notice here, how many minutes do you all currently have for instruction? 55, right? And then reality, maybe about 45, right? With transitions, right? Because it does take time, right? So we have all of our lessons already set up for 45 minutes. So just consider that. You'll have that meet your time frame and needs. Notice the different types of media that's presented. We want to have as many options available for teachers as their preference. If I just change to list view, you're going to see all the standards that are presented in each of the lessons. So again, we want to ensure we support you with what you're needing. I'm going to transition back into the grid view, and I'm going to kick us off here with the teacher overview. If you do have your teacher editions open, you're going to see within each of the lessons, this is where you have that nice compatibility support. So allow me to open up, and do we want to show first actually where the unit pacing is?
Sure.
I'll take a moment with that. Yeah. The first tab that you all have is unit pacing. That's the first tab available, and that's going to give you your comprehensive concept pathway. Think about that. What you're taking a look at is, again, you're going to see on the left side, if you have all the time, no interruptions for this unit, this is the pathway that we suggest that you follow. Okay? It's going to model exactly what you see in the digital. To the right, you're going to see an express pathway. That express pathway is when you always have half days, early release, holidays. Students are still going to get that high-level content in that pathway suggested format. You'll also notice in the following tabs, there is teacher background and student background. Again, we have a lot of new teachers that you shared, right? And maybe some alternate certification teachers. What a great way for them to get some context and concept behind the topic so they can feel confident and prepared to deliver these lessons. Of course, you'll see standards and so on, and then you'll see a teacher overview, and that's going to kind of fast forward us to where we are. But I just wanted just to give you all a moment just to open up the books And then as I'm speaking about the digital, if you are on your teacher overview, no matter which course you have, the layout and the design is going to be the same. I'm just going to talk to these pieces here for you. When you're on your teacher overview, you're going to see your student objectives, okay? What students are going to be doing at the end by the end of the lesson. Notice your key vocabulary. What's also nice is when students go to their very first lesson, the key vocabulary is right on that home page. So they're going to see that vocabulary as well as their I can statements and the standards. And then you have all of this support here, and here's also the access points embedded. So every single teacher overview is going to have all the support for you. So now that we've seen what the course looks like, your supports, let's actually go into a lesson here if that is okay with you. But is anybody afraid of sharks? Good. No, because we're going to take a little, we're going to watch a video on sharks. I hope you all are excited about sharks. Who likes Shark Week by chance? Awesome. Okay. So this lesson, Engage, we're talking about force and motion here. And take a look at the objective here. Scientists are going to be measuring the speed of sharks. And then we're going to ask questions about them and develop initial models. How do you think we investigate the speed of sharks? How do we do that? How do we tag them? Mm-hmm. What do you think of some other ways that scientists could? Yes, probably that could definitely be one way for sure. So we know students are going to be observing this, okay? So that is their focus here on this piece. So now let me go down and let's introduce the actual video here. So I'm going to play a little piece of this video, and we're going to make some observations. So in your bags, thank you, Vanna. You're welcome. On it. We have whiteboards. And if you all want to, I know sometimes you don't want to write on them, right, teachers? Because you want to keep them so clean because they're so pretty. But we invite you to please write some observations on this video, if that is okay with you. And we're going to see how scientists...
You should have a whiteboard in your bag, if you didn't.
Yeah. And how scientists are going to observe the speed of sharks. And if you do not have a whiteboard, just raise your hand and we'll definitely get you one, okay? And these are also magnetic, if you guys want to put them on your boards. All right, so let's go ahead and see what this is all about. Do you need one? Oh, okay. All right. So I'm just going to do the intro here for you.
One of the biggest challenges for scientists is accurately measuring how fast a shark can swim.
Sharks don't swim in a straight line. It makes it difficult to really figure out how quickly they're moving. So we've devised a plan to measure their speed.
Doc, what is...
Anybody know who this is?
What is
Do you know who? Anybody heard of Michael Phelps? Yeah. So this is him.
That's it.
In order to get the speed data they need, the team unveils a cutting edge.
So you brought up about swimming against him, right? Think Michael Phelps is going to outrace a...
I hope he's smarter than that.
Yeah. All right, so we have the scientists here with Michael Phelps, and they're kind of setting up a way for them to capture the speed of sharks. So I'll play a little bit more of this, and I'm going to just fast forward to see how their plan works.
Edge, water vehicle prototype. This lightweight carbon fiber pontoon bike moves silently through the water and is retrofitted with a tow line to deploy a bait.
I think we're going to have to...
All right, so now we see how they're going to do this. If you have any observations, please go ahead and record. And I'm going to just fast forward to see how it all happened. And if you want to even put a prediction, you totally can if you'd like. Oops, I was like, okay, come on. Okay, I'm going to continue on.
It's spinning right behind you. Go for it. Oh my God, go, 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 go. Oh my God, tell me you're recording.
It's tracking me! Look!
hammerhead chases down the bait, clocking a top speed of 15 miles per hour and swimming 50 meters in just over 15 seconds.
So now we got what here? Who said that? Yep, data, right? So we have some calculations. Yep. Say that again?
If they know the formula.
If they know the formula. But if they don't, are we going to help them?
Probably.
We will. We'll help them with that formula for sure. So you all did some observations, right? Anybody wanted to share an observation of what you wrote down?
The man on the bike was crazy.
Yes.
Not in a straight line.
Right. Say that again?
They did not go in a straight line.
They did not go in a straight line. Very interesting. Anybody else want to share yours?
I don't know how, I think they were just measuring speed rather than how fast, because the limitation would be how fast the person could bike.
Absolutely, yes.
Well, and the first thing I saw was accuracy, because the sharks used to being in that environment, and that guy is like pedaling a bicycle on the top of the water. How accurate is it?
Great. All of your observations are amazing, right? Because we're like, wait a minute, there's still some errors. This isn't perfect, right? Exactly. So notice how you all were doing observations. We want our students to do observations. And so what's nice about this is they can, Vanna, thank you so much, write them down in the print, or they can record them right here in the digital piece. And then we also want them to have questions. You all had questions as well. So just consider how students are going to be thinking, activating their prior knowledge, right? And doing some critical thinking too, because they're probably like, well, what else? And then we also have these formative assessments built in. Again, they can do this in the print and also here in the digital. And again, the digital provides that quick check for understanding, that access point that you can access here. And then we have them concluding with an explanation. Think about this. So this is a real world phenomenon that we want them to explain. And no, it might not be correct, and there are rubrics. Thank you, Dwayne. Let me show you that piece. He's holding up the print rubric. We also have it here digitally. So just consider when you are assessing and you want to just click on the actual numbers, and I'm going to show you what that looks like, and that's going to auto score it for you. So we have these embedded evaluation criteria for all of these written responses if you choose you would like to use them. Yes, you'll be able to see this via Canvas. And so notice here, they're going to end with an explanation, and this is something that they're going to revisit throughout the following lessons. So I also want to consider or share this opportunity with you for a video quiz. What's great about this is, let's say you all would rather prefer them to watch the video first, and then you might want to add your own questions in. So consider this. I can easily make a video quiz in just less than 5 minutes. I have 3 question options. I can do a poll right at the start. You know how I asked you all some questions, right? We can do that for them. And then multiple choice and short answer. Multiple choice are all going to be auto scored for you. And the short answer, you can do exact word match and it'll auto grade for you. And yes, accessible on Canvas. So just consider that's a nice opportunity to capture student learning, to make it from passive to active.
And that's all within your digital login. It's not a separate program that you have to go out and activate. It's all right within.
Exactly. And I'll definitely show you where that is housed. So now I'm just going to proceed forward with the corresponding lessons here. And so just to give you some overview, when you are in the digital, notice here the different segments. They're all scientific based, right? Students are going to be observing just as scientists do. They're going to be measuring, scientists measuring the speed. So you just know these segments are already presented. What's also nice is we provide you that lesson planning. So for each of these lessons, you have it at point of use. Again, it's going to mirror exactly what you see in the print. And just consider all of these supports. Again, we provide the timing, the overview. You're also going to see supports with differentiation as well for students with ELL learners. So all of this is embedded here for you. When you click on results, and allow me just one moment to go back, because this is where your results are. So if I want my students to type in their responses, I can go ahead and just click on results. Let me close the lesson planning here. And then notice here, I can just go exactly to the lesson that we were just at, and then you'll see that data. Notice what it says? Needs grading, right? Because it's what? Written response. Exactly. So when I click on that student, I can quickly see what he or she wrote, and then here's your criteria scale. I'll just click that. They did a great job. If I want to give them feedback, I can easily do that, and then I'm going to go ahead and submit that, and they can be able to access that. So just consider immediate opportunity to check for understanding when they submit on the digital. So now I just want to move a little bit forward about what some other lessons are going to look like in the Explore phase. We did engagement. We know what students have been focusing on, measuring speed, right? And so now as we proceed forward, you're going to see some opportunities where students are going to use interactives. And currently, are your students have access to interactives? On paper?
Depends on the program you're using.
Okay. Well, we have them here digitally. So just consider when students are going to do an interactive, a lot of teachers like to use this like as a station opportunity. So what's nice about the interactives is not just, hey, play the interactive. We give them some background and some context behind it. You'll also see they can launch the interactive, and I'm going to go ahead and do that so you can see what this looks like. All of our interactives are in English and in Spanish. They all can be read aloud as well. And we'll just take a quick peek at this one. They're going to enter their name, and this one's called The Need for Speed. I'm a race engineer. All the instructions are provided. And if you all want to help me, do you want to pick one of these variables for speed? Should I push the gas? Should I push the brakes? What do y'all think? Or no? Gas it up.
There's
Track,
a middle school boy.
Turns or no turns? All right. Hopefully we don't get in an accident, so we will see. So here we go. All right, so now we have some data provided for us, right? Change in speed, change in motion, change in velocity. What's nice about all of our interactives is they're going to provide the data results for the students, and they're going to be able to graph this. What's also nice to make it more interactive is we have questions already embedded as well. So just consider you don't have to create any questions. It'll already be there. And so just consider it's more of an interactive experience. And now when students finish the interactive, and I go back to the actual lesson page, notice here they can record the data right here or in the print books. And then you'll also see we have analysis questions on here as well for them to complete. And then your formative check for understanding is already embedded. Literacy, right? Students need to be reading, right, in science. Nonfiction text, right? That's really high level, tier 2 and tier 3 vocabulary. So anytime we have these literacy lessons, I just always love to remind teachers is notice here, I can go to reading level A and then reading level B. And then, of course, I can change it into Spanish immediately. So again, you have that nice support. But if students can't read on that grade level, let me just scroll back up here. Remember, at any point, they can highlight and the text will be read aloud to them. I'm going to change this back into English so we can see what this support looks like. When we click on, oops, sorry, it keeps jumping, my apologies. When we go ahead and highlight the text again, and then again, it'll be read aloud, and then I can also create a highlight. So just consider that nice support for annotations is already built in along the way. When I want to jump into lesson planning, because when we're in the lesson planning, again, we want to ensure that we have a focus for students for what are we doing before we're reading, during we're reading, and what we're doing after. So you'll see in here we have embedded SOS strategies for teachers to implement for students. That's going to be an opportunity for students to collaborate, communicate their ideas, and also exercise critical thinking skills as well. So just know you have that already created. You don't have to create an activity. This is also found within your video lessons and your reading. And then, of course, you have a formative check for understanding as well. Now, as I'm going to take us through here to our hands-on activities. We know how important hands-on activities are, and so that's why we have these kits. But I also want to just transition it over to Dwayne because he's just going to quickly model what this marbles in motion hands-on activity looks like in this describing motion.
So again, we have it as a digital piece, and Erica could pull up, like you'll see the same thing that you're going to see within your print. Students have the opportunity to make some conjectures or predictions about what they think is going to happen. It'll have the set of materials, and then it'll also have the opportunity for students to change those variables how they want to as a group. So it's more that they're the lead scientists within the activity. So this really quick activity, it comes within Discovery Education. It has the materials within one of those baggies, but this is how simple it is. They'll set up, they're doing the speed of a car, and so utilizing marbles really quickly in your classroom. So if we were to utilize marbles, what are some of the variables around marbles that we could change for our students? Mass, okay? What would students call that? Would they use the term mass? Weight. How big, how small. So again, things like that, or they can even bring in their own marbles. When I say the term marbles, what might another student think about instead of a marble? A bouncy ball? Ball bearings. So again, different types of materials that they can easily bring in. So if they were to model this right here, it's how simple it is they could use their phone as a stopwatch. If you have a stopwatch in class, that's great to utilize. How accurate are they? Only accurate as a person pushing the button. So with this right here, if we were to model, if Dan was going to what was Dan's position in our rock band? Bass guitar, yeah. So if our bass guitarist is going to release the marble, what are some variables on when he releases that marble? Did you see where Dan released the...
He does what she says go.
Okay.
Yeah.
The height, okay. What do you mean by height?
The height from which it's released from.
Okay. The ramp. The middle of the ramp. So a lot of different variables that students could have when you're having different groups that they can now have different data. We don't want students to have the same data when they come back. We don't want this to be a verification or a replication lab at the end of the learning. We want it to be, it's embedded in the learning. So all of your hands-on activity resources are embedded right within the student textbook or right within the digital piece. But now you have a lot of different data points that you can have that great rich discussion of why. Why was my results different than this group's results? So that's how our HOAs are set up, not for every student to replicate the same and have the same set of data at the end and have the same response. We want them to learn. We want them to make those mistakes. We want them to change those variables and have that opportunity to be the lead investigators.
Sounds like a lot of fun, for sure. And it is a lot of fun, I'll definitely say that. So vocabulary, very important. You may have noticed as I was scrolling through, we have all these hyperlinked words. So when students click on vocabulary, they're not just brought to a definition. We have embedded animations to help them really make connections to learning, because how often are they talking about velocity, right? Not often. And Dwayne's holding up the book. In the book, they're going to be highlighted, and then you'll see there's a video support, and there's also images embedded as well to help, and of course the definition. Again, the immersive reader is built in, which will read aloud all of the text to the student. And what's also nice is they can change the speed, they can change the text size. So again, for those literacy supports, that students that need a larger text size, that can easily be adjusted. And then we have line focus built in, which is great for students with dyslexia. And then you'll also see there's over 100 language translations embedded here. So if I just click on that, it's going to go ahead and translate the entire document for the student. So just consider what a nice support that is. So I'm going to just fast forward us to the assessments here before we close up, so you all can see what we have to support your students. So as students are going through these lessons and explore, whether it's a hands-on, a video, or a literacy, and we find in our lesson results dashboard that they're still struggling. But we have this Explore More resources. So consider if you're currently looking for your own resources, we've already organized them for you, and they're already aligned to your standards. So if my student's struggling with background knowledge, maybe my very first Engage lesson, they just didn't have some background knowledge, and that's okay. So just consider you can easily assign this out, send it out. Oops, I didn't mean to click assign, sorry about that. Send this out to Canvas, and I'm just going to quickly show you. You can easily send this out via Canvas, so you have that integration. What's also great with Explore More resources, if students maybe need to relearn, we have resources already aligned for that, as well as extension. So if I have students who are ready to proceed forward, We have all of these already categorized for you. And now to assessments here. So we have a variety of different assessments in our portfolio. One of them being, of course, claim evidence reasoning. We started with engagement where students had to create an explanation, right? And then throughout the way, they were going to revisit it throughout those explore lessons. So now it's time for them to revise from where we started. They're going to reflect on what they initially had written down. And now they're going to revise it based on all of their experiences and their discussions with their peers. And notice, yes, we already have a claim evidence reasoning rubric embedded. And do you all currently use claim evidence reasoning? Perfect. Even better. We also have STEM embedded. Anybody like baseball? Okay, cool. We have a variety of different STEM options, so this isn't the only one, but I like to just pull this one up because it really relates to Florida, where students are going to analyze some stats from Tampa Bay players, how they, the speed that they ran in Tropicana Field versus in the enemy of Boston Red Sox. So you'll get to see and compare that data. So again, it's a nice connection, especially if students are engaged in sports, they have that nice opportunity. Concept summatives, these are already created for you, and these are going to be editable as well. So just consider, again, you have that opportunity to personalize this. You can print these out or assign this out for students. These are also available in Spanish. These can also be read aloud. Notice these are all going to be linked to your standards, and you'll also see the DOK level presented. They're at the end of every single one of your course units. The next piece I love to highlight here, I'm going to just close this tab here for us and get us so I can show you exactly where I'm at. Assessment Builder. What this provides is the opportunity for you to create a practice assessment, a concept-based, or a standards-based assessment. A practice assessment allows you to create your own questions with different question types. True, false, select all that apply, all those fun questions. And then if you want to just create your own standards-based assessment, as you see here, you can easily do that. Again, assign that out to students. I have this highlighted because, again, this can be also read aloud for your students.
And one thing about those summative assessments at the end of the Evaluate tab in each of the lessons, as well as the Assessment Builder, when a student misses a question on a test, how do you support that student with finding the correct answer? Do you have to go out and provide the resources for the students? Do you just move on? Is it on to the it's up to the students to go find their own resources?
Review the questions generally as a class.
Review the questions as a class. Do you have time for all that?
No.
No. So when students miss a question on those summative or those assessment builder questions from the question bank, it will automatically identify review materials, whether it's a read, whether it's a view, whether it's an interact. So opportunities for students then to dive in and find that information that would have helped them address that question correctly. Yes?
Identify it to us to assign to them? Or
Nope.
to them directly?
You can do both. If you want to assign it to them, you can, but it's there for the students to find out on their own. We've had some of our partners that was the way that the students earned full credit on it, is that if students wanted to take their own initiative and go and find information, document that evidence, again, going back to those science skills, identify the resource and the evidence, then the teacher gave them full credit for that response. Again, it puts onto the student's shoulders.
Thank you, Dwayne, for that. So we took a peek at our assessments. We have a variety of different assessment options, from formative, and we also have summative. So we also know that you can create your own assessments as well using Assessment Builder and the video quiz feature as well. What I also want to share is the practice assessments. You all are going to have that support for you all, and you'll also see this is going to help you with preparing your students, of course, for the state exam. And you'll see that there's going to be the fair game benchmark standards presented within this assessment that's going to be in the digital product. And the questions are going to be different from what you see in our Assessment Builder thing. I'm clicking the wrong thing. That's why I'm like, why is it not moving? So I'm going to go ahead and pass it on over to Dwayne so he can just talk to you all about professional learning and what that looks like.
So again, it's a very robust program. It's all-encompassing. It's all in one location. You don't have to go out and pull resources from every place else, but we also support you with that professional learning throughout the life of the adoption, whether it's product support or whether it's going to be instructional strategy support like Erica was sharing earlier, and different models, whether it's within whole groups, whether it's in on demand, If you like taking virtual professional learning, it's there for you. We'll also have opportunities for push-in coaching, different models that we have throughout the life of the adoption. So that's how the professional learning would look. It comes with that adoption process as well. So Erica showed you a lot. We talked about the opportunity to partner with us. Our partnerships, again, take different aspects. So we do have professional learning that's value add. So we'll come out to districts and we do days of discovery where we support teachers with instructional strategies on print and digital media and what the initiatives that they have with their district. So we help them tie it back in to what's actually going on with that, maybe a school improvement plan or what you're wanting to get out of science. So we'll have many opportunities for our partners to participate in these value add discovery events. Other types of resource we have is currently right now it's open. We have a 3M Young Scientist Challenge for students in grades 5 through 8, where they will submit up to a 2-minute video on a problem that they want to solve, whether it's local, state, national, global, and they'll create that video with a lot of support from Discovery to craft the best video for submission. Our team of judges will select the top 10 problems that they will then match up with mentors from 3M. So they'll match up and work with those scientists from 3M to either do research, create prototypes, maybe even make a full working project. But then they'll present to a panel of judges. And the panel of judges will award the top young scientist in America $25,000. This young man created a bar of soap with abrasives from 3M and nanoparticles to help fight skin cancer, especially in third world countries where they don't get the medical care that we have here in the United States. So we have some of our young scientists, they've actually been the Time Young Person of the Year. Some of them are millionaires in high school because they patented their project and it's actually out in the field that some of us may be using right now. So you'll have those opportunities again with that partnership with Discovery Education.
It's frozen.
So with that, we really thank you. Again, we've been in this process of science adoption as teachers. We've been here. We've been on that district side where Ryan's at to support. So we know the commitment that you are providing for your district and all the teachers in your schools, and we don't take it lightly. We know we have the best program to help engage your students. I mentioned that I might have planted a seed with using a shark in physical science. How many of you thought that today you would have been, as a physical science teacher, exploring how fast sharks go with force and motion? And maybe sitting on a prototype bike, and maybe that could inspire your students to think of something that then becomes part of one of our competitions that they get recognized for. So it is all encompassing. We mentioned the hands-on kits if you choose to utilize those hands-on kits, but also it's a very easy setup if you have the materials already in your class. It's very, very simple to set up our hands-on. It's that digital, it's that print, and it's that professional learning support that's all encompassed within one package. Erica shared with you some resources from, I'm going to grab my folder over here. I think put it over here. So within the folder, we talked about some of those elements that Florida teachers were looking for. That it's a student-centered design, that it's easy, 100% aligned. Everybody's going to be 100% aligned to the Florida standards. So you'll have this placemat right here, but on the back side of it, you'll see that there are QR codes to take you to videos to help you support you in your review of our science textbook. On the left-hand side, you'll see that there's a couple of login cards or some quick start guide with your logins. Please use the logins off of this for the teacher. We noticed yesterday some of the teachers were logged in as students and didn't see those assessments that Erica was showing you, so make sure you use that teacher login to log in. You also have that student login to look at the view that they would have, but as Erica showed you too, there's a quick slide for you just to switch right into a student view. On this postcard, there's a QR code that will take you to a folder of resources for ELP that, again, it even has the rubric support. So we know you're trying to complete a rubric for all the publishers. This has all the evidence and all the comments. You can click on the links and go right to that spot within our science textbook to identify the evidence to support that rubric response, that line item. So with that, do you guys have any questions that Erica can address for you? Yes? Yes. So we are, yes. So we can have, and these can be 3-hole drilled and then bound for you as well. So it's one one volume. The reason why they're in 4 is that when Erica shared with you earlier that we met with teachers for over 2 years to find out what you're looking for in a science program, one of it was the flexibility to arrange the units in the sequence that you teach it here in Okaloosa, not what somebody else teaches in another district. And then also, some of our districts have taken away lockers from students. So students are carrying all of these books in a backpack. So now you have the flexibility if you bind them and want to, you know, disassemble. We can do both ways for you as well. So. Any other questions? Yes.
This is more like an opinion, I guess, which in a room full of science teachers is probably a no-no, but so Discovery Education has long been known to have these really amazing videos. You know, I mean, to me, they're like the gurus of the videos, just phenomenal. Apart from that, though, if I were a kid, you know, middle school kid, which is a tough audience, what makes Discovery Education apart from another company's if I were a kid?
So, one, I can address that because of my own son, who I taught in a different district, but utilizing Discovery Education said, why can't I use that in my district? Because they didn't have access to that. It engages the students where they're at today. They're these digital learners. They love these type of resources. They can interact, but they can edit as well. So not only we don't want them to be passively viewing, we want them to be active. So even all those digital resources that Erica was showing you, they can edit. So they have that ability that they can go create and splice it with the Discovery video. Or they can strip the sound off and narrate their own voice over those videos. So they have all that options to do. And we have a studio tool as well that allows them to create instead to demonstrate understanding. Not just reading, taking notes, taking an assessment. They have that ability to create within Discovery Education.
And I'll kind of add this too. I think, you know, all of these lessons are designed to ask that primary question that all of our middle school students, and I'm a dad of middle schoolers, they always ask us, like, why do I have to learn this? And we start with, well, this is why you need to learn this. This is why this is important to your life, your community, your world. This is why this is important. And then to be able to show them those things that they're learning have true jobs attached to them, have careers attached to them with, you know, paychecks that are really good and being able to support their family. And so, you know, as we look at kind of the middle school age, they're starting to have that mindset about them. So why do I need to learn this, and how does this benefit me? And these lessons are all geared for just that, answering those questions.
Does this work across all devices? Because we have kids that don't have computers at home, they have a cell phone. And secondly, what about those that don't have a cell phone?
Do they have a gaming system at home? This will also work on Xboxes and PlayStations that connect to the internet. So.
Well, if they don't have internet, that's the big thing. Some of them are stopped.
So yeah, I'll answer the question only because I'm holding the microphone. You keep passing it back forward. That way, it's like actual record. Yes. So officially speaking, it's device agnostic from a digital perspective. So it works on any device that's connected to the internet. Now, as you said, like, hey, if the student doesn't have internet at their home, doesn't matter what device you have, that becomes a paperweight. And so that's where the print element comes in. That's where the ability to print anything that you see from a digital, that's where that comes in, and you can send that home with them, and you can essentially assign it that way as well. So I know that just practically speaking for the tech folks, so as you look at everything digital, there's no app, there's no download. It's all web-based, so it's HTML5, so that's kind of the gold standard for doing things digitally. And that's one of the beauties of working and partnering with Discovery Education is all these materials are built in the digital environment first. So we consider ourselves a digital first, but not digital only company. And that gives us tremendous flexibility from a content perspective. The goofy example, but it fits, always works. Like there are textbooks in classrooms today that say decisively that Pluto is a planet. And that is a conversation that we are having. And And so as science evolves, as our understanding and our perception evolves, we can evolve with that from the digital perspective or platform and then transfer that into all things digital, print, and printed materials.
Well, we thank you guys so much for your time today. Ryan, if there's any questions that come up later on, we're available to address those questions.
Just on the translations, are those native translations or is that generated from like Google?
So on the Spanish translation within the Science Textbook, that is a native translation. If you utilize Google or Microsoft Immersive Reader, that's their translation tool, but it works directly within, converts everything within the page to correct. Yes.
Is this abbreviated or is this the text just the way you would see it as we look?
That's a full, and you were delivered like full sets of text. That's the full, it's not a sample, it's the full set.
So another important question that was asked was like, from a native Spanish and translation perspective, and I'll tell this to the group. So the authentically translated Spanish that's in there, but also 130 other languages it goes into. So as you look into Haitian Creole, Ukrainian, Russian, I think there's 4 or 5 different dialects of Chinese that are in there. Even from a Spanish perspective, you've got kind of Spanish from Spain, Spanish from Central and South America, which are very, very different if you know anything about those.
You still have a question on that?
No, I was just, okay.
Today what we handed out was just a sample. You had the full sets delivered to you at your school. Yeah.
But what's in here is the full.
For that unit.
For
just that unit.
mitosis or meiosis is in here, so this is what.
It could be in another unit as well if it's addressed for one of the, the focus of that other unit. So it could be blended.
If you think of any questions after the fact, feel free to email them to me. We can certainly get those answers for you. So going once, going twice. Any other questions? All right, well, we thank Discovery for their time, and we will be on break until 1:45.
Thank you guys so much.
today. We've got McGraw-Hill. So once they're done, I've got just a few other action items for us after the meeting. So if you can just give me 5 minutes, I know you're tired, it's been a long day. So I'm going to turn the floor over to them, and then we'll wrap up as soon as they're done, all right? So I'm going to turn over to McGraw-Hill.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, thank you. All right, good afternoon. Last one. We think it's the best one, so there you go. I'm Mike Gallagher. I'm a sales rep out of Tallahassee. I cover North Florida. With me today is Sally Patton. She is our state manager, so she's here to support us and help out, and she loves to come to the Panhandle whenever she can, so there you go. And our senior curriculum specialist will be doing the bulk presentation, and curriculum specialist of the year national for McGraw-Hill, Nancy Orlando.
Thank you.
We brought the big guns out for Okaloosa, but so it's all about the program, of course. We think it's the greatest, but it's up to you guys to decide what's best for you and your kids, because that's the bottom line. They need to be successful, and you need to keep your sanity. So this was built for Florida, brand new program with input from teachers throughout Florida. And some of the things that you told us that are important, reading essentials. Nancy's going to go a little bit deeper into that. You're going to see something called Learn Smart, which is an adaptive test prep type of platform for the kids. Takes some of the lift off of you and the stress of preparing the kids for the assessments. You're going to see Kahoots, which everybody loves Kahoots. And Actively Learn. Now, Actively Learn is an awesome teacher resource that many districts and schools purchase as a separate piece. This is a resource. We are including it with this program. So when Nancy gets to Actively Learn, that is an awesome piece. Take notes. I know you will. Any questions you have, you can ask them as we go if you like, but we're going to leave time at the end. And if we don't get to your questions, and you have a question later, you can tell Ryan, and we'll make sure we get him. And speaking of Ryan, we got to thank him. I thanked him yesterday. Him and his team do an awesome job of running the adoption. So we really appreciate coming out here. It runs like clockwork. It's an important process, and his people do an awesome job, so we appreciate that. So without stealing any more of Nancy's thunder, Nancy, take it away.
Awesome. All right, so good afternoon, everyone. So like Mike said, we're really excited to be able to share with you our brand new McGraw-Hill Florida Science curriculum that is, of course, 100% aligned to our state standards. But more importantly, it is dedicated to helping each and every single one of us reveal that unlimited potential in every single one of our students. But how are we going to do that, right? So we are going to provide you with solutions that are going to fuel our students' curiosity and that drive to discover, and of course, lead us down that boundless learning journey inside of our classrooms. Now, we have a limited amount of time with you all together today, and we really wanted to focus on what makes McGraw-Hill Florida Science different and unique from any other presentation that you've heard today, right? Because you've heard 3, and you all already expressed, we're tired. It's a lot. It's a lot. All right, so we kind of have a list of pretty much, you can already check us off and count us in for everything we know you need in an outstanding science curriculum. We know that you need it to be 100% aligned to your state standards. Teachers have told us we need to have ready-made, downloadable PowerPoints, tests that are already pre-made, but still having the ability to edit those tests. Assessment prep for those of you that are 8th grade, right? What else am I missing? Hands-on investigations, ClassLink and Canvas. We know that those are your single sign-on and your learning management system. We already have integration with other grade levels within your district and other content areas, so that's a quick flip of a switch, and you and your students will have access that way as well. Now, of course, data reports I'm going to talk a little bit about later. Test prep will come later on. But teachers, rest assured that we are going to provide your students with a comprehensive print and digital experience. So what do the students get? Students will have access to their consumable student edition. It is in your sample bags. If you haven't taken it out, I already saw some of you flipping through it. It is 3-hole punch. It is perforated. They will get this replenished every year for the life of the adoption. If you want to take a grade out of here, there's lesson reviews built in. There's chapter reviews built in, so you can easily tear those out. Because it's 3-hole punched, if you have a science notebook or a notebook where your students are keeping track of everything, It can easily be placed in there as well. And of course, everything that is in the print consumable edition can also be accessed by the students on the digital platform, as well as through our Read Anywhere app that I'm going to talk about in just a little bit. Now, this book, the Student Consumable Edition, it is written on grade level, rich visuals already built in throughout, examples already in here, plenty of space for the students to write and annotate in here. But do you all have any students back at your school that are not reading on grade level? Oh yeah. Well, make sure that you check out our Science Literacy Essentials. Our Science Literacy Essentials have been written 1 to 2 grade levels below the on-grade level text. It is available as a fillable PDF. So for those of you that are super digitally forward and you want your students to go ahead and complete everything online through Canvas or through our digital platform, it can also be a printable file. If you have a couple of handful of students that need that support, that's perfectly fine as well. Or there's also a consumable option if your district decides to go in that manner. Now, for students that don't always have reliable internet connectivity. Now, I know that elementary yesterday mentioned that some schools have Chromebooks, other schools have iPads. Is that the same pretty much for middle school as well? Okay, so for your students that might not always have reliable internet connectivity at home. Now, in middle school, do the Chromebooks and devices travel back and forth, or they stay in school? They stay in school. However, most of your students have a smartphone, right? Or they have their parent's device. Well, with our Read Anywhere portal app, the students can actually download their entire book all at once, or they can go a chapter at a time, still have access to the content, and still be able to complete assignments even when they don't have internet connection. Once they have internet connection again, all of that work that they've done, any annotations that they've done, already sync back up, and then you'll be able to see their annotations as well as the students' work. Now, teachers, you of course are going to have everything that you need as well in order to motivate your students, elevate learning, and unlock that unlimited potential. So we of course have your print teacher edition that can also be accessed digital. Anybody here teach advanced courses? Okay, your advanced support is already built into your teacher edition. You will already see it at point of use where those advanced standards from high school are being addressed. I'll show you where it is later on in today's presentation. Now, one thing that a couple of tables kind of mentioned to me already was test prep. How are we going to help our students, especially for that end of course or that 8th grade exam, right? So in your sample bags and at the samples that you all should have already received at your school sites, you're going to see a sampler here. Now this, by the way, even though I know you all are focused on 8th grade, yesterday we also mentioned K-5 has also test prep. So your students are going to be practicing with those types of questions even when they're in elementary school. So it's not a big surprise when they get into middle school content. And we'll talk a little bit more about what those types of questions are going to look like, but feel free to go ahead and take a look at those right now. Of course, everything can be accessed through our digital platform, both for the students as well as for the teachers. And the other thing that we like to point out is check out the options that we have when it comes to our science lab kits. Everything is neatly organized in sturdy bins. Everything comes organized inside of those bins with resealable bags. And we'll talk a little bit more about how that organization is inside and when we're going to be using. I know that humming. It was like that all day yesterday as well for the speaker. Now, teachers, before we get into that very first lesson, right, we want to ensure that our students have the prerequisites that they need in order to be successful with that upcoming content. So for every single grade, oh, sorry, I'm getting way ahead of myself, I apologize. So all of our chapters and all of our lessons have been, of course, structured for the modern classroom. So at the very beginning of every single chapter, we engage our students by introducing that driving question. So in this case is, how do the forces on this car change as it races around the racetrack? Every lesson is going to build student understanding with rigorous content and high quality instruction. One of the main feedbacks that we got when it came down to the chapters and the lessons, not just from teachers in Florida, but teachers here also in Okaloosa, was that it's great that the nature of science standards are taught in isolation or that it has its own separate section. But the one thing that we kept on hearing over and over again was we would like it to be woven throughout every single lesson. So we heard and we made sure that all of that was already embedded at point of use for you all. Now, to close out the chapters, you do have two opportunities for assessments. You have a STEM project as well as your traditional chapter assessment. Now, before we get into that very first lesson, which is what I was mentioning earlier, is we want to make sure that our students have the prerequisites, right? So for the beginning of every single chapter, we're going to assess our students' understanding of that content. we need to know, do they have those prerequisites that they need in order to be successful with the upcoming lesson content? But let's say that we administer this chapter pretest, and we come to find out that some of our students, or a majority of our students, are missing those prerequisite skills. What do we have to do at that point? We have to teach it, right? We have to be able to provide that immediate remediation. And where are you getting those resources from? Wherever, anywhere we can find them, right? And if we can't find them, we're having to create them ourselves, okay? Well, teachers, make sure that you write this down. You're not gonna have to go creating these. You're not gonna have to go hunting and gathering for these resources. We are going to provide you with what we call our FSAS refresh. This includes resources. So let's say that the last time our physical science students saw this content was back in 5th grade. We are giving you those resources that you can use in order to provide that immediate remediation. So it could be anything from our adaptive learning tool to a video to the science literacy essentials. All of that can be used and assigned to your students with just a click of a button. Now, other presentations earlier today, they might have told you, okay, yes, we'll give you access to all grade levels, but then that still means that you have to sit in front of your computer and you have to go hunting and you have to gather those resources. We've already done that heavy lifting for you. Now, the Florida Standards Refresh is just one of the many differences that you are going to see today with McGraw-Hill Florida Science. So make sure that you write this one down. Now, as our students have those prerequisite skills that they need, we then are going to place them right in the driver's seat by introducing them to our driving question for the chapter. So how do the forces on this car change as it races around the track? Our students can continue to build their understanding by interacting with the content through our digital ebook or with the visual representations found inside the consumable edition. And to really make these concepts come to life, there is also a chapter launch video. Now, I'm not going to play the full video in its entirety, but we're just going to take a sneak peek in order to help these concepts come to life for our students.
How do the forces on a car change during a race? Let's find out.
All right, so the chapter pretest, the launch video are going to set the pace for the stage of the lesson level, right? Every single lesson, I think, oh, he walked away right as I was gonna cue him in. He was already looking at the chapters and at the lessons, and he's like, we just wanted to make sure that it followed that 5E lesson model. The 5E lesson model follows through from kindergarten all the way to our high school lesson. So we know that that's research-based, tried and true, and really helping to build that holistic understanding for our students, right? So the 5E lesson model. Now, the lesson that we're going to look at today is a lesson on physical science around identifying forces. Standards will already be labeled at point of use in your teacher edition, the nature of science standards as well. Now, this lesson is taught over the course of 6 days. Now, as we begin that very first lesson, how are we going to engage our students? How are we going to get them excited about doing the science in our classroom? So we, of course, engage them by introducing the essential question, how do forces such as gravity, friction, and magnetism act on an object? But we're not asking our students to go ahead and start reading right away. In order to get them excited about the content, we have a quick launch mini activity. So here we're asking the students, hey, how does the force affect this object here? There's a hands-on activity. It lets them know, what are we going to be using? We're just simply going to be using a tennis ball. Okay? Most of you probably already have a tennis ball in your classroom, but that's also one of the pieces, one of the options that comes with our lab kit. So the tennis ball, they're having to make observations. How does the force, observe how a force can start, stop, or change that motion. We, of course, also have a video phenomena to really show them a different way of explaining that same exact content to them. Once they've watched the video, they've done the quick launch activity, had opportunities to have that rich scientific discourse take place in the classroom, we then invite them to go ahead and make their observations and write down their answers in their consumable student edition. Now, teachers, as we start our lessons, do you ever come to find out that some of your students have misconceptions or preconceptions around certain topics? How do we address those misconceptions? We talk about them. What do you use? Is there a specific thing that you like to use? He's like, you're putting me on the spot.
I guess it depends on what it is. I mean, sometimes it's just a simple discussion, but other times you can use hands-on.
Another like hands-on investigation or a lab opportunity for them to explore. Right. Now, anybody heard of Paige Keeley? Yes. who has no idea who Paige Keeley is? Oh, okay, he's like, never heard of her. All right. So Paige Keeley is the past president, or one of the past presidents, of the National Science Teachers Association. And she is extremely oh, I don't have it up here, just kidding. She has written numerous books helping, it's really all formative assessment probes, really helping teachers identify what might be those misconceptions before you even begin that lesson. Now, we have an exclusive partnership with Paige Keeley. The probes that you all might be familiar with, because some of you probably have her books or have used those probes already, are completely different than the ones that you're going to see inside the Consumable Student Edition. She wrote these exclusively to go with our content, with our lessons. Now, we're going to work through a probe real quickly. I want you to place yourself in your student shoes right now as we're going to look at a text or a conversation about some of our friends that are talking about forces, and they each have a different opinion that they're sharing here. So our first friend, Roland, says, forces are pushes and pulls between objects that touch each other. Mateo says, forces are pushes and pulls between objects that touch or do not touch each other. Camila says, forces are neither pushes nor pulls. I think they are different types of interactions between objects. And our last friend, Amaya, believes that forces can be pushes or pulls between objects, but there is also another force that just holds things in place. So right now, we haven't done any reading yet. We haven't done any hands-on. I just want to know, as a student, talk to the person next to you, not as a teacher. Based on what you know right now, based on your prior knowledge, who do you think has the best answer? I'll give you a couple of seconds. As a student. The blue or the red? What did she say? I heard what you said, but what did she say?
It's not to be repeated.
She has a friend named Mateo, so she...
She's like, I'm just going to go with Mateo. Mateo sounds good. Sounds like a good enough answer.
And he said his favorite color is blue.
Yeah, he's like, I'm just going to go with that one. Camila, sounds good enough. All right, now, when we do these formative assessment probes, like I said, they're going to help us identify any misconceptions that our students have, right? They're built into our student consumable. So, of course, I can have the students answer in there. If you have a science notebook and you'd rather the students answer there, that's perfectly fine as well. When you do these probes, those of you that have used Paige Keeley before, what does she say about these probes? Do we give our students the answers right now? No. Why do we not give them the answer? You want to keep them interested, right? You want to pique that curiosity, because if you tell them the answer, they're thinking what? Stops. I don't have to do anything. I don't have to do any labs because you already told me what the answer is, so we can move on, right? Now, we're going to keep our students hanging out in uncertainty, but teachers, we're not going to keep you all hanging out in uncertainty. Instead of your teacher's edition, if you're like, I've never used these probes, I have no idea which one would be the correct answer right about now, you're going to see that we tell you who does have the best answer and giving you a little bit of explanation there. But we also identify for you what are those misconceptions. So if some of you said Roland or Mateo or Camila or, sorry, Mateo is the best answer. But if some of you said Roland, Camila, or Amaya, then we tell you what it is that your students are most likely thinking at that point. Now, we're going to use that information as we're working through our lesson in order to drive and to uncover and to clarify those misconceptions for the students. Now, we can use the strategy, and like I said, we can have our students do it inside of their student consumable, but we can also use a sticky bar graph. There's a variety of different strategies that are going to be housed in our platform that Paige Keeley has created that shows, hey, you don't always have to have your student write it in here, right? We can always switch it up a little bit for them and make these a little bit more exciting. Now, as our students are engaged with the content, we can probably all agree that the #1 thing that all of our students like to do when it comes to science is what? The labs, right? They like to see, they like to do the science, right? So make sure that you check out in your sample bag, you have a sample of all of the lab options and all of the lab opportunities that come along at the lesson level. So you have everything from the quick launch labs, which is the one that I just showed you about that tennis ball that students are working with to kind of get them hooked in. We have our full-on explore labs. For labs that are just too time consuming, just too dangerous for you to do in a classroom setting, we have digital labs as well. Teachers, if you're ever short on time, it's a short week. You have teacher demo labs as well in here. And every single one of these labs comes accompanied with an editable and fillable lab worksheet, so your students can record all of their answers in there. Now, to make planning for these labs even easier, make sure that you also check out the options that we have when it comes to our science lab kits. The science lab kits, like I said, come in plastic storage bins already. Every single bag inside of there has a label. It tells you what chapter you're going to be using, what materials are in here that your students or yourself are going to be using. And there's enough materials in here for all of your students, for up to 40 students to be able to be part of these labs. Now, I know that other publishers have probably talked to you already about the lab kits. Make sure that you go back and you look at the information, because we are providing you enough materials for you to actually be able to carry on all of these investigations, or even to set up rotations in your classrooms if you needed to. And to make planning for these labs even easier, we also have included our grab-and-go lab kit guides. This gives your students a nice visual card that lets them know, hey, these are the materials that you're going to be using for this experiment, these are the objectives, and this is the expected outcome. Now, at McGraw-Hill, we're also always thinking of how can we take it a step further for the teachers and for the students to really help provide that support when it comes to the labs. And one of those ways is going to be with our Anytime lab videos. Now, these videos are going to walk the students through the process of carrying out these investigations without giving them the answer. So let's take a quick look at this one on identifying non-contact forces.
Not all forces are contact forces that require objects to touch. How can you identify non-contact forces acting on an object? How can the motion of an object be changed with non-contact forces?
So we're asking our students to go ahead and write their statement. It could be in their science notebook. It walks them through what are the materials that they're going to be using. How do they set up for every single one? What are the different steps and trials that they're going to be walking through? And then along the way, we also tell the students, hey, after you've done that first step, pause the video, write down your observations before you continue moving on to the next part of the investigation. Now, as our students are working with these, do you ever have students that are absent and they have to make up that lab work still? That's where you can use these Anytime investigation videos, okay? Instead of you having to walk them through it, this is a perfect opportunity to bring that in. Or do any of you have new teachers back at your schools that are like, I'm not really sure how to do these labs without just giving them the answer? These are perfect for new teachers as well. Now, teachers, if you happen to have a lab scheduled for that day and you all happen to be absent, every single one of these Anytime videos can also be downloaded and made available for your substitute teachers. Now, as our students are working through these labs, this is also going to be the point where we bring in that CER model, that CER framework. We're asking our students to go ahead and make their claim, as well as gathering their evidence. And over on the right-hand side is all of the teacher support that you're going to see inside of your teacher edition, kind of guiding you and prompting you along the way on how to help your students. Now, from Explore, we're moving into the explain phase of the lesson, right? And this is where our students are continuing to build their understanding around the content. And we invite you to do a side-by-side comparison. You're going to see that we have structured our text to be very student-friendly, lots of examples, lots of visuals, lots of captions. And remember, for those of you that have students that are not reading on grade level, you also have that Science Literacy Essentials, which is written 1 to 2 grade levels below your on-grade level text. Now, I can't remember if it was this table that mentioned it or that table that mentioned it, but having the ability to do that same adjustment in print as well as digitally, right? So I told you about the Science Literacy Essentials, but I want to be the teacher that says, I need to adjust that Lexile level digitally. You can also adjust that Lexile level for your students online. It could be for your entire class, or it could just be for a group of students or a handful of students. Now, teachers, real quick question. When it comes to our science content, how important is vocabulary support? Extremely important. All right, I'm going to give you 2 resources that are going to help you with vocabulary support. Make sure that you write these 2 resources down. One is going to be our interactive word labs, which you're going to see right now, and the second one is going to be the interactive word wall. So let's talk about the interactive word lab first. This one is fully digital. It can be assigned to your students, and first the students are learning each word in isolation. They'll be able to go ahead and see a definition, a word part, a visual representation, a sentence sample of that word, both in English and in Spanish. Then they get to scroll down. They'll see additional visual representations of that word. They'll also have additional questions that they need to answer. But more importantly, with these questions, they get that immediate feedback right there. They provide the answer, they check their answer, and they'll know if they got it right or wrong. Now, once they have learned each word in isolation, they can then go back and practice with all of the vocabulary terms, still giving them that immediate feedback. Now, do you all remember having to create flashcards when you were in middle school and in high school? We all did, right? This is a nice modern twist to the flashcards that we had to create, because the last part is going to be the flip it mode, where they have these digital representations of these flashcards online. Now, to continue or to really bring these vocabulary terms to life, we also have an exclusive partnership with Dr. Julie Jackson. Anybody heard about Dr. Julie Jackson before? You have. What do you know about her?
Not a whole lot, but I've heard the name.
You've heard the name. Okay, what do you know? Tell me what you know real quickly.
That she was a driving force behind the interactive word walls.
Yes. So these are not static word walls or, you know, pre-made anchor charts that you're going to see with other publishers. Dr. Julie Jackson is very big on really wanting the students to take part and be a part and take ownership of creating and being a part of these interactive word walls. So as you're seeing here on my example, now she partnered with us to say, hey, we'll give you, or she will give us what that frame needs to look like as far as how you're going to create it and what are the vocabulary terms that you're going to be using. But the students are the ones that are doing the definitions. They're the ones that are bringing and doing the drawings. If there's a real life object that could go up there, she's like, by all means, go ahead and put that real life object up on that interactive word wall. Because it's not just about rote memorization, right? It's these types of activities. Say that again.
Tying it into something they already know.
Exactly, because by this point, they've had the opportunity to do some reading. They've had opportunities to have discussions with their peers. They've had opportunities to do, you know, to do the virtual simulations, anything like that. And now it's kind of like tying all of that content for them. That vocabulary makes a little bit more sense to them in a way. Now, if you like the idea of interactive word walls and you're thinking, Nancy, it sounds great, I just don't have the wall space for my students to go ahead and create these, that same interactive word wall can be transferred into your science notebook. Do you all use science notebooks in middle school with your students? Yep. Okay. So they can also go ahead and transfer that in there. Now, we're going to continue to provide ELL support inside your teacher edition. On all levels of WIDA, you're going to see that this is dedicated and targeted support. These are not generic activities like you're going to see with other publishers. We invite you again to do a side-by-side comparison with our ELL support versus what you've seen with the previous 3 presentations. We're giving you support with sentence starters, with transferable skills like cognates and false cognates already built in there. And I think it was this table, if I'm not mistaken, that said that you needed to be able to provide the text in different languages. Was that you all? Yes, she's like, that was me. Okay, you're going to be able to use Google Translate and transfer and translate our ebook into 133 different languages. Once we go online, I'll show you how easy it's going to be for your students to do that, whether it's through a Chromebook or through an iPad or a desktop. Oh, I didn't mean to click, I'm sorry. Now, so far teachers, I've shared with you a variety of differentiated resources, the Lexile level, the science literacy essentials, but how much time does it truly take you to personalize instruction for every single one of your students? It can be extremely time consuming, right? So we're gonna give you some of that planning time back. Meet your digital co-teacher, LearnSmart. LearnSmart uses artificial intelligence in order to create a personalized learning plan for each and every single one of your students. It is going to take the guesswork out of it for you. So if you're wondering, what are the standards that my students are struggling with? LearnSmart is going to help you identify that. What are some of the concepts that my students need additional practice or reinforcement in? LearnSmart is going to help you identify that, okay? So what is it going to look like? When your students first log in, they'll have 2 options. They can either go in and review some resources if they're just not too confident yet that they know everything they need to know, or they can say, you know what, I'm good, I've read, I've done some research, I can go ahead and start answering these questions already. When they log into LearnSmart, Depending on the question types, it'll give them instructions on how to answer that question type. Down at the bottom, if they want to review some resources like a video or an article, they can click on the help section. There's built-in audio support, and then they can also keep track of their progress on the top left-hand corner. Now, as the students are working through LearnSmart and answering the questions, down at the very bottom of every question, it's going to ask them to provide their confidence level. Now, LearnSmart is going to pay attention to how your students are answering these questions. If they get 2 questions wrong back to back, LearnSmart is not going to let them keep on getting questions wrong. It's going to say, hey, pause for a second, review some resources like this video on force fields, and then you can continue to answer questions. Now, LearnSmart also knows that if our students don't use it, they what? They lose it, right? So it has a recharge feature built in. So if my students are struggling, you'll notice that over on the far right here, it says your challenging concept. There's one challenging concept that my student had a difficult time with. Students can now go in and do their own self-paced study to really reinforce their understanding around that concept that gave them a hard time. Now, there's a variety of ways that you can implement LearnSmart in your classroom. There is no right or wrong way. You can be the teacher that says, I want to use it in a flipped classroom model. That's perfectly fine. You can use it for reinforcement. We just finished chapter 3. I see that my students are still struggling with those concepts and those standards. I want to give them additional practice. I can use LearnSmart. Or for test prep. I want to go back and help my students review, especially those of you, where are my 8th grade teachers? Oh, they're all on this side, okay. For those of you that are teaching 8th grade, if you want to go back and target some of those 6th grade standards and 7th grade standards, LearnSmart is going to help you do that as well. And of course, there's that self-paced study for the students in there. Now, once our students have a firm understanding of the content, we go ahead and we move into the elaborate phase of the lesson. This is where we're deepening their understanding, we're helping them make those real-world connections, and we have an exclusive partnership with If Then. Now, there is an article already built into the student edition, but there is also a video where our students are going to meet our aerospace engineer, Sydney Hamilton, and she's going to talk about what do forces have to do with her career. So we're going to take a little listen to her video.
My name is Sydney Hamilton, and I'm a mechanical systems engineer at the Boeing Company. I work on 3D printed parts for satellites, helicopters, and sometimes aircrafts. My job is really rewarding because you're able to see from concept to flight. So I get to be a little bit of a project manager one day, I get to be an engineer another day, and you just learn so much because you're able to see so many different facets of engineering. It's very exciting to know that my parts are not only flying on airplanes, but also flying in space. It kind of feels like you have your own signature somewhere in the world.
So, there's a little bit more to that video, but I'm going to pause it there. But these if-then videos are really going to help your students see that boundless learning, because these might be careers that they might want to pursue in the future, right? Now, of course, there's an evaluate piece to every lesson. It's already built into the student consumable edition, as well as including an exit ticket. Once all of our lessons have been taught, or once that lesson has been taught, at this point we come back and we revisit that Paige Keeley probe. We want to see how our students' thinking has evolved, right? Because when we first did this Paige Keeley probe, you know, some of our students might have thought, okay, the best answer might be Roland or Camila. But now, after we've done some reading, after we've done some hands-on investigations, after we've had discussions in the classroom, I can see that the best answer truly was Mateo. And we want the students to come to those conclusions. That's what those Paige Keeley probes are there for. Once all of our lessons have been taught, there is a chapter assessment already built into the student consumable, but it can also be completed through our digital platform as well. And now our students are going to go back and revisit that driving question that we introduced them to at the very beginning. Now, another way that we can assess our students' understanding is, of course, if any of you like to do STEM projects or kind of like bring it to an end with that culmination, really get your students to apply everything that they've learned throughout the lesson. Here's one. There's a performance project built in. It's an engineering challenge on car crashes. So your students are being asked to go ahead and figure out a way or what can be done to stop a car and to protect the driver when the brakes have failed. It lets you know exactly what standards are being addressed, and then of course teachers, you'll have a rubric in order to help you evaluate the students' understanding. Now, in order to assess our students' understanding in a more fun and engaging way, we also have our Kahoots. Now, Kahoots are available for all grade levels. I know we showed this to 5th grade yesterday. They got really excited. Take out your phones because we're going to do a Kahoot as well. Now, you all will have a Kahoot already for every chapter. It'll be created. Now, we're going to do a very short one today. Yours will not only be 3 questions long. I know that we have a limited amount of time with you all today, so that's why we're going to be doing this one. This already goes with your content, by the way, so you don't have to worry about, hey, am I addressing the standards here that went with that chapter? Let me make sure that we go ahead and let me pull up that QR code for you all. So take out your phone, open up your camera app, or if you have the Kahoot app, you can just enter in the game pin that's up here. Oh. So by the way, as all of you are logging in, these Kahoots are already created for you. All you have to do is launch them. It's not going to take you out to a different platform. It's still going to stay within our platform. It'll just open up in a different tab for your students. This could be done if your students have their phone. Everybody kind of can do what we're doing right now. Or if some of your students don't have a device that day or their phone's about to die, they can pair up with a buddy, or you can just do it whole group instruction as just as a fun review for your students. All right, here we go. Did everybody get logged in, or is somebody still working on getting logged in? Not yet? Yep, just get to the name. Yep, because I haven't launched it yet. Yep, you're ready. She's like, we're good to go. You couldn't get in? You're in? Okay, you're in. All right, here we go. Let's get started. Ooh, somebody used little emojis. All right, forces and their interactions. Now again, this is my demo one. This is not going to be the full Kahoot that you all are going to see. And there's a variety of different question types, by the way. So here, it's a tug of war. Your team exerts, and actually, do you all want me to read it? I'm pretty sure you all are better off reading it on your own. I feel like I'm so used to the elementary one where I read every single question to them yesterday. I'll go with my favorite color. Who said that? All right. Let's see who's on the leaderboard. Where's Mr. J? All right, Mr. J, let's see if you could hold on to it. Your car's broken down. It won't start. Everybody answered real fast. Mr. J, Sir J, they're coming after you. Oh, he's holding on. Are you Jared by any chance? He's coming for you. All right, last one. True or false? Ooh, double the points. No pressure, Jared.
I'm just going to pick one so I can get faster than
You guys are just as bad as the kids. Is that everybody? Oh, let's see. All right, bronze, 3rd place. Who's that? Oh, there you are. Silver.
Who's got silver?
Who is silver? Number 1? Who is number 1? Mr. J. Number 2, is that you?
Oh, no.
Who is no, that wasn't him, because this was Jared. So who was? Hashtag number 1. Not number 1, number 1.
Number 2 on the podium, number 1 in our heart. There you go.
All right. So Kahoot's already vetted, different types of questions. You don't have to worry about creating them, launch them, and your students are ready to go. Now, teachers, so far I've shared with you a variety of different resources that are going to pave the way to standards mastery. And to continue to pave the way for standards mastery, you're also going to have a complete toolkit of assessment tools. So everything from your diagnostic assessments, that being LearnSmart if you decide to use it that way, or at the very beginning of every chapter, the chapter pretest. You have daily formative assessments like the FSAS Refresh, the Kahoots, the Paige-Keeley probes, and then of course you also have a suite of summative assessments, including your traditional chapter assessments, as well as your Florida Test Prep. Now, with your Florida Test Prep, you do have a sample in your bags. You also should have received a sample in your school materials that were already delivered, but it looks something like this. This is available beginning in kindergarten. So your students are going to be seeing those types of questions all throughout elementary school. It's this one here. Do you see it? Do you have it? Yep, okay. So you'll have it for every single grade level, and of course it's also available digitally online. But with our Florida Assessment Test Prep, we want our students to practice exactly how they are expected to play. We don't want there to be any kind of surprises or gotcha moments for them. So one of the main things that we kept on hearing from teachers and districts was, hey, the one thing that they have the most difficult time with is context-dependent questions where they are provided with some information as well as data or images that they have to analyze, and then they have multiple questions that they have to answer around that. And all of you are nodding your heads like, yes. So we have questions that already are connected to some sort of stimulus here. I have my follow-up questions. You'll notice that the first part is going to be guided practice is what we call it. And for each one of those follow-up questions, you'll notice that there's a little science coach. This is a little tip, a little reminder, just a little bit of scaffolded support for our students. But then we move from the guided practice into the independent practice. Different type of illustration, same type of context-dependent questions. They'll have 3 questions, but now you'll notice that that science coach tip has now been removed for the students. Now, all of these assessments, of course, are going to be provided to you. You'll have your answer key as well as the answer rationales. Every single one of our assessments can be administered to the students either in print or digitally. If completed online, they'll have audio support built in as other accessibility features, and then you all get access to our online test generator. With our online test generator, we give you pre-made assessments. You can use them the way that they are. I think this table, as soon as I was talking to you all when I came in, you said, it'd be nice if we can change it and make it be our what? What did you say? I know you said it. Somebody said. In your own verbiage, right? She's like, I want to make it my own. That's not, the way that you worded it is not the way that I explained it to my students. You can edit our questions as well. You can also create your own standards-based assessment. We give you a question bank that you can pull from. Or if you say, Nancy, I like your questions, but I just want to create my own questions, you have the ability to do that as well. We give you 19 different question types that you can create. So why the difference in color? The ones in black, those are the ones that every other publisher that you saw today is going to provide you with. However, that's what we call our basic questions. We are not basic at McGraw-Hill. That is why you are getting all of that and then some. So anything from image labeling, bucketing, ordering, or even audio recording. Every once in a while, we get a student that can't necessarily put their answer down on paper, but you know that if you call on them, they can give you that detailed explanation. That's who I would use my audio recording for. I don't need to use it for all, 90 or 100 students of mine, just for the ones that need that support. Now, if your students complete these assessments online, you, of course, will have data reports. I can see how my entire class is doing on all of the assessments, or if I have a parent-teacher conference coming up with Rose, I can pull up just Rose's assessments to show mom and dad how Rose is doing on everything in our class. There's even an item analysis. Real quickly, what was my student's most missed question? Number 3. I need to go back and revisit that question with my students and see what it was that was misleading to them. And because every single question is tagged to our Florida standards, you'll also have a standards reporting tracker. If I notice that there's a standard where my students aren't doing so great or they need a little bit of additional reinforcement, I mentioned a resource earlier. Let's see if you all can remember what it was. What was that resource that they can use? The FSAS Refresh is for the very beginning of every chapter, the Learn Smart. Yes, Learn Smart is attached to your standards. So if there's a specific standard where they need to go back and they need a little bit of reinforcement, that's where I can go ahead and assign that as well. Now, everything I've shown you so far can easily be found within our digital platform. So later today and in your sample bags, you guys are going to have access, the demo access for all of our grade level content. But let me just give you quick navigation on how you find your resources, right? I am in my 8th grade physical science. Navigation is the same, by the way. Whether it's elementary, middle school, or high school, it's the same exact platform, no matter what the content is. Down at the very bottom here, I have my ebook option. So you have quick access to the student ebook in English, your teacher ebook, exactly what you're seeing in print, and then the Spanish ebook as well. Now, when I open up my student ebook in another tab, which I already did so over here, one of the things that some of you all mentioned, I think at multiple tables that I went to, was having this be available in more than just English and Spanish. So I have the Google Translate extension. I can click on the drop down, and here I have the 133 different languages that my students and I can select from. So if I choose Korean, it has changed not just my text, but if there are any captions, this one doesn't happen to have a caption here, but if there's any captions, it will also change the captions for the text as well. So very easily, I can go back to English if I needed to. Say that again? Yes, how do we get back to, yes, because you can't read Korean? No, yeah, but any one of these literally just translates and then just choose for it to go and show original, and then it'll change it back for you. So the question does, let me see. I believe the question stays in English because, again, when they go to answer these assessment questions, they need to be able to provide. So this is just kind of saying, like, here's the support as far as the text itself, like the content, but when you come to answer the question, I'm going to need you to be able to read and understand that in English. But so that's a quick, oh, one more thing I needed to show you. Adjusting the Lexile level. Remember, you have the Science Literacy Essentials. That's written 1 to 2 grade levels below the on grade level text. But if you wanted to adjust the Lexile level, click the 3 dots and then select the lower Lexile level here as well. So again, once you turn that on, I can turn it on for every single student in my class. I could just turn it on for 1, 2, a handful of students in the classroom as well. Now I'm going to come back to the dashboard.
Can the student change it?
So the student will be able to, I believe if I give you the lower Lexile level, the student will be able to go, only that one student can toggle back and forth between the two. But everybody else will stay on the on-grade level one. Does that make sense?
Teacher access given, not student.
Correct. Okay. Yes, yeah, because let's be honest, if I were to give every student in my classroom the option to go to the lower Lexile level, what do you think they're going to do? Every single one of them will go to the lower Lexile level. So yeah, so the teacher would decide, is it everybody? Maybe you do teach one class where you know that everybody needs that. But maybe you might have a regular class where you know maybe 1 or 2 need it. So yeah, so the teacher has control over that part. Now, how do you get to your chapter and your lesson level resources? So right up here, this is going to become your best friend, table of contents. Click on the drop down. It's going to show you all of your chapters. Now the chapter that we were looking at was forces and their interaction, so we can go to the chapter level. But instead of going to the chapter level right now, over to the right-hand side of each chapter, there is a little arrow. That takes you to be able to select the lesson. So I'm going to go to lesson 1. Every lesson is going to have a ready-made digital presentation as well as a downloadable presentation that you can use. Once it's downloaded on your computer, you can modify it, you can do whatever you'd like to it. Down at the very bottom, everything is already structured into digital file folders for you. So if there's anything that you want to use, anything that you want to assign, push out to your students, you'll notice that you have the assign button right here and you can push it out that way. Now, we give you everything that we feel you need for our lessons. However, teachers, if you have your own videos that you've created, you have websites that you want to send your students out to, you have documents, you can go to Teacher Added Resources, bring in a video link, bring in a document. Once it's in here, we treat it like one of ours. You want to turn this into a digital assignment? You can turn it into a digital assignment. You want to add this to the digital presentation that resides online, just toggle that switch on and it's now part of that presentation. Now, the beautiful thing is something that Mike mentioned earlier. While we give you the ability to bring in your own resources, I'm going to scroll back up to my menu here. Mike also mentioned Actively Learn. We already give you an ever-growing library of content that is already correlated to your specific courses, okay? So once we're in here, you of course will have feature assignments and articles at the very top. We can also use our filtering system by Lexile level, but what type of article we want. But as we scroll down here to the bottom, we know that you all are discipline specific, so you'll have your Earth, Life, Physical courses here. You can click on any one of these. You'll notice that these are already correlated, so Chapter 3 in Actively Learn goes with Chapter 3 inside of your Student Edition. When you hover over any one of these, it'll tell you how many resources are in there. There are additional digital lab simulations, articles, explanations, that you can use with your students. Now, these have already been created for you. If you like an article that you're looking at online, it already has questions embedded for the student. Teacher support is over on the right-hand side. So here are my questions. I can continue to read the article. Maybe there's something in this article where I want to add my own question in here. So as a teacher, let me close that real quickly. As a teacher, I can select any part of the article. I can white it out. If it's maybe something where I'm like, oh, my students don't really need to focus on that paragraph or that section right now, we can white it out, we can hear it, we can translate it, we can insert a note, we can insert a question. So you can use these articles, but you also have the ability, do any of you ever have any students with disabilities when it comes to being able to read certain colors, certain fonts? They need to be able to adjust that. So they can adjust the text settings, the text size, the theme, or if they needed dyslexic settings turned on, they can easily do so with a click of a button. You can control it. They have the ability to, that was powerful? Yep. So they have the ability to do that on their end as well. Yep, so all I did is I went to settings. Down here, I can turn those off if I needed to, or I can turn them on as well. Now, we give you, like I said, this is an ever-growing library, so we're only going to continue to add to what's already been loaded there. But you also have the ability to come up here, and if you wanted to bring in your, oh, I'm sorry, I'm having a hard time seeing it from here. Let me go back. If you wanted to bring in also your own articles, if you have a PDF of an article that you like to use, you can actually import not just the articles, but you can import videos, you can create quizzes, you can do whatever you want inside of Actively Learn as well. Now,
can you share that with, I mean, if I created that, would I be able to share it with another school or another teacher or
yep,
something like that?
so right here, it'll tell you who's shared something with you. Obviously, this is a demo account, so nobody has shared anything in here. But yes, you'll be able to share with others as well. Was there another question before? Yes?
Can you show us how to get this into Canvas?
So let me show, you won't have to get it into Canvas. So it will already, let me see, I forgot to open that real quickly. Where's my Canvas login? Do most of you use Canvas already for assignments?
Some use Canvas, some use
Look on his face.
Some use Canvas, some use Google Classroom.
Okay, so the nice thing is that we have integration with both. So whether your district decides to stay with Canvas or if they decide to move away from Canvas and stay with Google Classroom or a combination of the two. Oh, I just noticed my middle school content is not here. I'm going to show it to you from 5th grade. The navigation is going to be the same. It's just going to be your middle school content. So here I already have a couple of things that I've brought in. I have my student ebook, but if I wanted to bring in more content or create assignments, you would simply click on the 3 dots, go to the LTI link. You would have to, the first time that you go in here, you would be asked to go ahead and to pair your content. I've already, maybe I unpaired it at some point. Nope, I'm still not seeing my middle school. All right, I'm gonna have to bring in my middle school content later on today. So I've already paired in my content here, and let me save it. From here, once it's paired, you just launch it, and you go up here to the pre-built assignments. This is going to give you that same digital navigation that I just showed you from the table of contents from our platform. So here I could go down to any single chapter, open the chapter, look at the lesson, click on the drop down next to the lesson. It will load all of the student-facing resources. So PowerPoint presentations for the teacher, PDF files, the word labs, anything, there it is, the interactive ebook. So anything, even the Learn Smart pieces. If I want to assign Learn Smart, I'm trying to see, my word labs, I can go ahead, I'm just gonna select those 2 pieces, scroll down to the very bottom, and I'm not gonna deploy these as assignments. I just want to bring in those 2 resources. So here are the 2 resources. And this is going to look exactly like it would in our platform. So if you want to open it up, it will open up right here in this space, and my students can go ahead and work within the shell of Canvas. How many of you are using Canvas? Just by show of hands real quickly. Okay, about 3 of you. How many of you are using Google Classroom? The majority of you. All right, so let me show you this real quickly. Any assignments that you create within our platform, if you want to push them out, there's an assignment that I created. I can share it out with Google Classroom as well, okay? So both of them work. It's just whichever one you all are happy living in and whichever one your students are already used to using. Mm-hmm. Yep. Yep. That single sign-on and that grade pass-back will still exist whether you stay in Canvas or, and again, it's really up to whatever your district is using, right? So if the district truly is using Canvas as the learning management system, then that's how our team will do the integration. Or if your district says, no, moving forward, we're going to start using Google Classroom, but that would be a discussion. Mike would set that up with Brian and his integration people and our integration people to decide what that's going to look like. But like I said, it can work in either environment. Or you can stick to it and use our platform and create assignments in there as well. All right, so I've shown you the digital navigation in a variety of different platforms. But do I need to wrap it up?
6 minutes.
6 minutes. All right, real quickly.
6 minutes till we're done.
Oh, okay.
So.
Thanks. All right. So I've shown you the digital navigation, right? I've shown you our platform navigation. I've shown you the Canvas integration. I showed you how easy it is to click those 3 dots and push out to Google Classroom. That same level of support can also be found inside of your Teacher's Edition. So in your Teacher's Edition, big picture overview at the lesson overview page. How many of you have to have your lesson objectives printed on your lesson plans, posted somewhere on your walls, okay? So we already tell you what your lesson objectives are. That learning progression. Yes, I might be teaching 6th grade, 7th grade, or 8th grade, but what did they learn, or when was the last time that they saw this standard? Well, the last time that they saw it was back in 5th grade. So prior knowledge, how am I building on that learning right now, and how will I elevate learning? What are they expected to see when it comes to high school? Down at the bottom, the nature of science standards, and then anybody here need access point activities, or anybody tell you, make sure that you listen for those? I see a couple of nods. Those are already in your Teacher's Edition. If you have any new teachers back at your school, we have what we call our science background. This gives them that additional support that they might need already at point of use for them. Now that was big picture overview. Once you start looking at each part of the 5E lesson model, every single lesson is very easy to plan for, to teach, and to assess. We highlight for you how you're going to plan for it, what are the resources that you're going to use to teach, and then of course, how are you going to assess your students' understanding for each part of it. Now, one question that I asked was, how many of you work with advanced course? Okay, make sure that you look for this little lightning bolt kind of, arrow that goes up. That's where you're going to see that we have embedded that advanced course placement standards already for you at point of use, wherever makes sense. And again, because we have a complete K-12 science curriculum, it's not going to be a disconnection or disjointed. Everything is seamless as far as the way that it's going to look when the students see that content presented to them. Now, we also understand that in order to have a successful implementation of any curriculum, professional development plays a key component. So we have, of course, a team of curriculum specialists like myself, Mike, who will work with your district. We have Sally. We also have our professional learning director who will work with Ryan and his team and decide, hey, what does year 1 PD look like versus year 2, whether it's face-to-face, whether it's virtual, whether it's Q&A sessions, whether it's focusing only on assessments. Anything that your district needs, we can tailor that. Or if you prefer to do a little bit of PD in your PJs from the luxury of your home, or if you have a PLC at your school or anything like that, he's laughing. You can leave your bunny slippers on, no judgment, nobody's gonna look at you. But we have a section within our platform for professional development. So all of our authorships, everybody that's part of our authorship is going to be creating these videos. So whether it's the Paige Keeley probes, whether it's Julie Jackson and the interactive word walls, things like that, so you can get a little better understanding and continue to build that support throughout. So we started our presentation today by telling you that we really wanted to focus on what makes McGraw-Hill Florida Science different and unique from the previous 3 that you already heard today. But pretty much everything on this list is truly an exclusive to McGraw-Hill Education. We are the only ones that are giving you that FSAS refresh at the very beginning of every chapter. We are the only ones that have those exclusive partnerships with Paige Keeley, with Dr. Julie Jackson for the interactive word walls, with Kahoots, with our If-Then partnership, your personal co-teacher, LearnSmart, helping you pinpoint specific standards, and our ever-growing library of resources, articles, digital simulations with Actively Learn. So before I turn it over to Mike, if you want to, you can go ahead and take a picture of this. This gives you demo access to all of the 3 courses. username, password. You also have it in your bags. I believe there is, let's see. Oh. Mike is my Vanna. You have a digital walkthrough brochure.
It's in your bag and or in the box.
Yep.
And there's a click path and it'll walk you right through. You're not going to break anything. Go ahead on there. You can use it. It's the full program right now. If you want to pull some stuff off it and use it, you can't assign any assignments, of course, but go ahead on there, and that's a big part of the program. So you want to try it out, test drive it.
Any questions we can answer for you? Yes.
Is the lower Lexile, is that included in our trial for right now?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you just have to open the ebook in another tab. I think I already had it done. So like when you first log in here, let me go to the dashboard. You're gonna open this ebook. It'll open in a smaller window, but you have to pop it open in another tab in order to be able to see the 3 dots up here and then be able to lower the Lexile level.
I was just trying to compare what y'all have versus the other.
Oh.
But that's okay. I'll
Yeah.
figure that out.
Yeah. So like this would be on level right now. And then, so this would be exactly what's in the print. And then this would be the lower Lexile level. So the sentence structure changes for the students. What else? What else can we answer for you all?
We have 1 minute.
1 minute. All right, in that 1 minute, because we kind of answered a couple of things as we were going through the presentation, what were some of the resources that I shared with you all that you all think are going to be extremely beneficial to your students?
I love Learn Smart.
Learn Smart? Everybody, that was like unanimous. Learn Smart. What was it?
Cahoots.
Cahoots? Yeah, you don't. You don't need a membership. So Cahoots, Learn Smart, what else?
Choices of the different tests, 19 different test
The
option questions.
question types that you can create.
I love the dyslexic turn on.
The Actively Learn. Yep, absolutely. I know you all like that one as well. So dyslexic ability, toggle switch on Actively Learn, Cahoots.
I like the teacher-added resources because sometimes when you're carrying folders or tubs or whatever, or files on your computer or something like that, if you're wanting. Now, when you add all that in there, and then, well, I guess once the adoption goes away, then your stuff goes away too that you added.
Not if you adopt us again.
All right, Ron's obviously ready to take the bags with you. Share all the good information with your colleagues. This is the full teacher edition, so if you do go with us, you'll have an extra teacher edition. So following your careful examination of the materials, we ask that you go to Florida Science McGraw-Hill as your choice for Oakland's teachers and students. Thank you all. We really appreciate it.
Thank you all for your time.
Additional questions, he'll let us know.
All right, thank y'all to McGraw-Hill. Just a couple of quick action items, and then I'm going to cut y'all loose. I know you're tired of being in this room. So you've seen all the presentations today. And so between now and February 13th is when you can go in and finalize your rubrics in EdCredible, okay? If you have any tech issues, reach out to me and I'll work you through those in EdCredible. But between now and February 13th, you'll finalize those rubrics. And then what I'll do is I'll pull all the data out of that, and we will come back here on February 15th, back in the same room. It won't be as long. We've got a full day sub for you. You'll secure your sub like you did for today. Our meeting will not be all day. It'll be roughly an hour, okay? And we give you a full day sub mainly because we know it's a lot of work. And so we try to give you a little bit of a mental health day because we know it's a lot of stuff to look at. So it's not much, but it's something a little carrot we can have for you. So on the 15th, we'll come back and we'll look at the data. I have it up on the projector, and we'll look at the average scores and things of that nature. That'll be a time for a group discussion, okay? And then at that time, I'll stand up here and I'll say, okay, Megs, give me your 1 through 5. Publisher A1, Publisher B2, you know, then all the way down, okay? The reason we do that is the state of Florida, if you remember back in math, okay, they kind of did a rug pull on us after we went through the process, and they didn't approve some of the publishers, okay? Our school board wants us to bring state-approved publishers, okay? So, for example, if our consensus number 1 was not approved, then we would go to option 2, okay? that keeps us from having to come back and look at presentations again and go through the whole process again, okay? That's why we go 1 through 5, all right? So on the 15th, we're going to narrow the presentations you saw today. We're going to narrow them down to the top 2. All right, that's the purpose of the 15th. And I kind of use a golf analogy. We rank them out. We look at the average score. Lowest score wins. All right, so 1, if you're 1 all the way across the board, that'd be our first option. We're not tied to that. There's time for discussion. Ms. Ellis and Ms. Pearson will lead some discussion on that. If you have questions in the interim, I can reach out to the publishers and get those answers for you, okay? So 2 action items is finish the rubrics by the 13th, and then on the 15th, plan to be back in here and ready to rank your publishers out 1 through 5, okay? Any questions for me? Yes?
On the rubrics, if I'm just filling out Earth and Space right now and I'm the only representative from my school, do I need to fill the other 2 subject areas out as well?
No, good question. Just focus on the one that, like if you teach Earth Space, just focus on Earth Space, okay? Because we're adopting 6-8 as a whole package, okay? Did I say that right, Ms. Ellis? So I don't want to misspeak on the curriculum side. So yeah, so just focus on your area of expertise, okay? And then I average all those together for us, okay?
And will we have pricing for everything and what the basic package would include?
Yes, yeah, we're going to have that. If not, before the 15th, we can get it out to you guys. We'll have it on that day. So that will be part of the discussion, yes. Any other questions?
I'm the only one here for my school, but I do have teachers in both. And I get feedback from them as well.
You can if you'd like to. It's not a requirement, but when you come to rank, you'll be the one making that final determination. But you can certainly reach out to your peers and get and look at it together, absolutely. Yes, the final school vote, and I'll talk about that on the 15th. You'll have to facilitate that at your building, but they will determine our number 1. So we're just trying to get our top 2. Okay. Any other questions? One piece, I almost forgot this. I almost forgot it yesterday. Ms. Ellie, you're supposed to remind me. So, how am I going to say this tactfully? So, when we look at the adoption process, the state has totally revamped how they pay for textbooks, okay? It used to be they set aside a pot of money and said you can only buy textbooks with this, okay? So I'm not saying this will happen, but I just like to always be upfront, plan for the worst, hope for the best. We could go through the adoption process and adopt, and the money not be there for a full adoption, okay? So just be very transparent on that. I don't see that happening, but I always like to give a worst case scenario, okay? If that were the case, we would still have the items selected for adoption, and when the funds became available, then we can implement. Okay, does that make sense? So I want to be very upfront on that just in case. So with no other questions.
Is that the state of Florida that decided that?
That's the state of Florida, yes. So
That's not gonna run into, well, so if it was in the middle of that and it's a new year, then would we have the old books for that school year?
So what they do like a gap year is what they call it. So we would do like a 1-year purchase of what we currently have, and then we might implement for 4 years on what we select now, if that makes sense. Typically it's a 5-year cycle. So I know I'm chock full of good news today, I know. So any other questions? All right, if y'all think of something, never hesitate to reach out, and y'all have a great afternoon. Thank you for your time.